Man, it's still looking like it's kind of rough. Still looking kind of rough, actually. We're gonna try and make it work, but if it doesn't work, then I might just have to. I might just have to do something else later. Anyways, welcome back to the channel, everybody. Thanks for coming. Really appreciate it. This is Brandon Despia. Welcome back to the channel. We're having another stream today, talking about Branded. We're gonna be looking at the new Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. We're gonna look at that, and there's a video by April I wanted to watch with you guys, so we're gonna do that. And then I'm gonna do some test hands here just to warm up and talk about what I'm seeing here. I also have my Cashtira branded list. It's almost done, actually, IRL, by the way. We're only missing the Santa Claus. Like, one of them came in today, and then the other one is going to be coming in hopefully Monday, I'm thinking. So that'll be a good thing. I mean, I'll be able to go to. I haven't been able to go to locals or anything like that since I started the channel. almost exclusively. I've only been able to go out like a few times. But I'm excited for this build, this particular build. I think it will do well against the current meta with the extra Cashtira package in here. But I do have the 40 card build here that I actually like this one a lot. It's mute. It's mute. Are you sure? I don't think it's mute, buddy, because I'm looking at my my microphone, looking at the mixer. It seems to be picking it up. So I'm not sure about that. Now, you might have to reset or something. Maybe that's what you have to do. Okay, so we're gonna actually watch this video from April 1st. I really want to watch this first, and then we'll do test hands, and then we're gonna play Master Duel. So that's kind of what the goal is for a few hours, and we're honestly, I need to relax because it's super hot right now. It's super duper hot, and I didn't feel like not doing anything today. I wanted to go out, but it was super hot. And I'm definitely going to try to go out tomorrow. But I do have a lot of work I should catch up on today. So this is kind of part of it. So, all right, let's watch this video from April. This is about using the new Starving Venom. I believe, yes, it is worth a slot. The question is, how are you going to fit it in your extra deck? So maybe April has a good answer for that. We'll see.
Video on Harmonia and how good it might be in Branded, or how bad it might be in Branded.
Oh, hold on. It mutes all the tabs. I just realized that. That's crazy. Also, why does this look terrible? Come on, fix that. There we go. All right, let's try this again. Try this again. Hey guys, I'm looking at the new, one of the news videos from April about the new Starving Venom. I actually think I am almost, I guess the closest I've ever been to just in love with a card, in terms of running it in Branded. The problem is I don't know what to take out to make it work, so I'm trying to see what April says about it. Maybe you guys have an answer below. I have some ideas. Thinking of a Borlo Furious Dragon to go along. I mean, I'm typically running that anyway instead of the Chaos Star Source, right? So that's what I'm, thinking about doing. I know people are thinking about either going going with the Dracotail. I think is a good option. I also think just the old Starving Venom actually might be a good thing too. Here's my deck list. I was thinking about the old Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Going into the new one, into the old one, seems pretty cheeky. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one I'm gonna do. So hopefully, April will lay it out for us.
And now I'm gonna make another one about this card. This card also came out in the new pack. This is Starving Venom Fusion Dragon.
Yeah.
4 Heavenly Dragons. This is a
4 Heavenly Dragons.
Venom.
Great. That's crazy,
let me read
man.
this card to you to see what you think. If you've never seen this before, buckle up because this card is quite
Buckle up, bro. Okay.
This is a fusion monster, level 8, 2800 attack. It takes 2 dark monsters on the field, and it's always treated as a Predapine card. If this card is special summoned, you can target one other face monster on the field, change its attack to 0, negate its effects. Also, it becomes dark. When your opponent activates a card or effect,
really good.
quick effect, you can fusion summon a dark fusion monster from your extra deck using dark monsters on either field, including this card. And it's a.
I just want to say, like, the fact that Master Duel got it this early, bro, is absurd. Imagine Branded having Starving Venom Fusion Dragon and Mixuzia in like in a few months or whenever it is coming out. The second this comes out for Branded, this is going in with the Mixuzia for sure. That's gonna be absolutely insane. Going with one Granganyo, I think I'm gonna do that too.
The hard ones per time. So this card is good in Branded because first of all it's a level 8 fusion, which whenever you see a new level 8 fusion, always think about Branded. This card is good because obviously 2 dark monsters on the field, that's makeable with Super Poly, that's makeable with lots of Branded cards. Cartesia can do this, so it's easy to summon this card. And then it's
April Run Cocatorium.
Obviously,
anyways, I had to say that.
Quick effect negate, right? Well, it's not quick effect negate, it's on summon negate, but if you summon this card as a Chain Link 2 quick effect, you're essentially negating like an on summon effect from
I
your
just
opponent.
love this card so much,
so
bro.
So you can do that. Let's say Cartesia effect. Let's say you've made a board, you have Cartesia. Opponent tries to summon a monster from their hand that's going to trigger. You chain Cartesia, summon this guy, and then
let me make sure I understand this card right. Okay, so you need to mark some monsters in the field. That's fine. When it special summons, you can target a face-up monster in the field, negates effects permanently, change the attack to 0, becomes dark. Okay, so you should be able to use chain links to on your opponent's turn properly. When they're about to summon something, you make this in response to a chainable effect where they're about to special summon a big monster or something, and then you just respond on the on-summon effect of Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Even better if you can chain block this effect too while you're at it, and then you can negate it. Wow. Okay. You could fusion summon. You could fusion summon one dark fusion monster. So it has to be a dark fusion monster. Using dark monsters on the field, on either field, including this card. I don't think all the monsters have to be dark, right? They don't have to all be dark. As long as it's a dark fusion monster, as long as you're using dark monsters, and as long as one of those cards is Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, otherwise it's broken. Also, by the way, this card activates this effect if it's special summoned. So this is a great Fallen and Virtuous target in a late game. So your Fallen and the Virtuous becomes a negate. It becomes a pop. If you get this active on the board, you properly special summon this or fusion summon, and then later on you fuse this away to make something, and then use Fallen and Virtuous if you want to negate something. Maybe it can't be destroyed, right? So you use Fallen and Virtuous, you bring out Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, and you just negate the effects. I think that's pretty neat. And it's a level 8 dragon dark monster too. That's perfect, bro. Honestly, this, for me, I feel like I'm going to run Borlo Furious Dragon, because whether it's Xailing or whether it's my own Albaz monsters and stuff like that, I'll just make a Borlo Furious Dragon off of this. Worst case scenario. So at least my Star Source Dragon is going to be Borlo now. The only cool thing is, do I want another option? Because we could do Dogma Dragon, we could do Mirrorjade. You know what I mean? So we have options already. We don't necessarily have to like add another card, I think.
This can trigger to negate it. It also makes monsters attack 0. It negates them permanently, not just for the rest of the turn.
The fusion target must be dark. Oh, I know that. That's what I said.
All of this is relevant for Branded.
Did you laugh at Cocatorium because you think the card is bad? Is this your first time on the channel? No. I am not sure if this is really the case, so don't quote me on this. But this is probably the #1 branded channel that has made people want to run that card in the first place. Okay.
Obviously, that's the main use of this effect. But also, making it 0 means that you're less likely to get killed, which plays perfectly into Branded's game plan of surviving and having follow-up.
This card is so
making
good.
it dark
I can't wait for
means it's easy to
Mixuzia
fuse
and Master
it. Let's say
Duel,
you're
dude.
playing against Mermail or something that never has any fusible attributes for
Yes.
Albaz. Well, this card makes it dark, so now you do have a fusible attribute for Albaz.
Now, April said Mermail, but I was thinking like Radiant Typhoon, you know?
Something to think about. I think realistically though, where everybody's hyped about this card is with Super Poly. Realistically,
I should probably
if
move
you play
my
a mirror match or you play
model
against a dark
over
deck
here.
of any kind, being able to fuse 2 of their monsters into this instead of like Garura or something, or Dogma Dragon.
Yeah, I don't know why people are. I don't know why Branded players are still playing Garura. To be honest, like Mud Dragon, like they're kind of whack, man. Like we're getting some really overpowered fusion monsters. Like why are you spending a space on Garura? You know what I mean? It's not because the card is bad. It's just that we have better options. I'm just saying. I'm thinking of keeping Chaos and replacing old Starving Venom. Oh, maybe you could run both. I don't know. Let's see what options April says.
This is really good because this not only removes 2 bodies, but it's a real monster on the field. It's a serious monster. It's not even just a big guy like Dogma that's hard to out. This is disruption and further removal. Right? Not only do you get to do this to negate something, but you also get this second effect. And this is where the card really becomes crazy. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you fusion summon a dark monster using monsters on either field. Either field, that's just like what Super Poly says. So imagine you fuse away 2 monsters of your opponent to make this with Super Poly. Then on summon, you negate one of their other cards.
Yeah.
Then, if they ever keep extending, you activate this effect to fuse with this card, the dark monster your opponent controls, into Draco's Depelia. If I can spell it.
You run Garura because of the draw power with the deer. That's not good enough anymore. I mean, it's good, but it's not good enough. And we only have 15 spots. I'm just saying.
Draco's Depelia. Okay. That is so much disruption from just Super Poly.
Did you just hear what April said about what that card does?
Opponent
That
playing
is
a dark deck.
way better than what Garura
Opponent
does for
puts 2
you.
monsters on the board, plus some other monster with an ignition effect. Before they get a chance to activate that ignition effect, you Super Poly the 2 other dark monsters into this. Then, this card on summon is going to target their ignition effect monster, negate its effects, make it 0,
Maybe
make
both.
it dark. That way, they can't use that. Then, they
Take
need to
that card out of your deck.
Once they do extend, you can activate this effect. You can fusion summon a dark fusion monster using this card and another one of their monsters. Probably not the one you negated, because that monster is pretty useless.
Yeah,
being
probably.
0 attack and
Unless they need
zero
it,
effect.
unless they can link or
You
do something
fuse a
else with
different
it.
monster that they summon, right? Their
Depends on the
monster
matchup.
into Draco's Depelia. And
Okay.
then, furthermore, when they extend again...
I've never been a
past that,
fan of Draco's Depelia because I typically has.
Impalm on legs.
Let me pause this. I typically was not a fan of Draco's Depelia because there was too many ways to just dodge the negate, bro. But with this type of layered interaction, you can kind of bait that thing. You could bait those interactions early and then just go into this later on after they use it. So, man, I feel like it's either Draco's Depelia, Borlo Furious. Well, Borlo Furious if you mostly for your own stuff, if you want to fuse your own thing. But if you want to fuse your opponent's stuff, having a generic option is probably the play. I feel like the other Starving Venom is probably better because even if I'm not negating something, I am copying an effect of a monster. I am making the biggest monster on the board most likely. They have to pop it, or I can pop it, and it threatens a board wipe, a one-sided board wipe for their special summon monsters. I think that's better than a targeted negate, but this is, I don't know. We'll have to test it out.
You're going to be able to negate an effect.
Yeah.
Plus make things level 1. How good is that from one Super Poly? That is multiple removals, multiple disruptions
Yeah.
from one Super Poly. And the only thing that it required is the opponent to be on a dark deck, and for you to be playing Starving Venom, Retrain, and the Dragos Depel. Okay? That sounds like a really, really, really powerful game-winning scenario.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And it doesn't have to be that good, realistically. You can super poly into this, and when you activate the second effect, you don't have to make Dragos Depel. You could just make your own.
I mean, it does make Super Poly stronger in our deck running this card. Man, but like we can Albaz into this, we can Cartesia into this. Like seriously, this is absolutely amazing. It really, really is if you think about it, guys. Like you can go, because a lot of our boards end in Mirrorjade, right? It Mirrorjade the Cartesia. So we can use our Mirrorjade to non-target banish. Then we can use our Cartesia to fuse the Mirrorjade with an Albaz on the board or another dark monster we have. Make this, negate something in response, bring back the Mirrorjade, non-target banish again, use Starving Venom to fuse another card. We could fuse into Dogma Dragon. We can fuse into Borlo Furious. We could fuse into Sepelia, the original Starving Venom, create another threat, and this is before OG Albaz even is considered in the interruptions. That is absolutely crazy, man. Starving 4 Drac. Is that what we're calling it? I don't know what you would call it, man. HD Dragon.
Stuff, right?
I don't know what you call it.
It doesn't say you have to use your opponent's monsters, so you could use this card and an Albaz that you have on the field, and that makes a Mirrorjade. Okay, that's a possibility.
Yeah.
But obviously the high roll with this card is getting Dragos Depel as well, using your opponent's monsters with the second effect into something that's even more disruption.
Let's see if April talks about the original Starving Venom, though.
It's so powerful. Being able to go Starving Venom into Dragos Depel from just a Super Poly against the Mirror Match, for example, or Meet Tsurugi, or Tillaments.
If Master Duel not best, will this card be more useful?
Infinite more dark decks that I'm.
Actually, I don't know if I agree with you completely on that, right? Because in the best of one format, you can't adjust based off of decks that are a little bit more difficult, like mostly the road decks. They're a little bit more difficult to fuse off with Albaz because they don't present enough of the right materials, right attributes, right monster types. Starving Venom kind of solves that issue. With a Starving Venom in your deck, every deck now is in danger of becoming turning into a Dogma Dragon, right? Every board. It's really, really good. Once they get Mixuzia, it's going to be more broken because now we can interrupt their board without Albaz ever getting onto the field, which means their Super Poly is a lot worse against us.
I'm forgetting right now. But yeah, you could do so much damage with just a Super Poly.
Yeah. To be fair, though, Super Poly, if you have Super Poly, you probably are kicking their ass anyway, right? I actually, when I think of the 4 Heavenly Dragons, I think of like just an Albaz or Cartesia fusing into this to deal with a threat, to in response, while also looping Mirrorjade. I think that is like, because Super Poly is Super Poly, right? I mean, they limited to 2 for a reason, which I don't agree with, by the way. But being able to just respond with Cartesia when your opponent tries to do something stupid and make a negate, essentially. As well as, like, open up an easier route to Dogma Dragon or Lubellion the Searing Dragon or whatever. I think that makes the card even better than what April's saying right now. What were you guys saying? But think about what are the problem monsters you're super polying. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You turn them dark, and you have a much better opportunity to go into Dogma Dragon using those monsters, right? Because you only need a dark and a light monster on their field somewhere, and then the other monster can be the most problematic monster you want. No idea. I call all cards a weird thing. White Baz. What the heck? Yo, you need to fix that. first of all, it's Albaz. Syncrasia? I've never heard of that. And Fallen v Writ? What the heck? Just call it Fav. Why are you putting in extra work? Man's putting extra hours at the office.
Is actually, before we get onto the downsides, let me clarify that
the only downside I see, by the way, is like extra deck space. Like that's the main issue.
To play this with Super Poly, you can summon this naturally, right, and then still get this effect to sort of do most of that hypothetical scenario where you get a million disruption. You can do most of that. You just don't fuse their monsters. You fuse your own to make it in the first place. It's still relatively strong if you do that, but of course the main power play is when you do it with Super Poly. So yeah, let's get into the downsides.
Oh my god, I just realized they nerfed Super Poly because they knew they were bringing this out and they were concerned. They wanted to see how it would go before they... I think this might actually come back to 3, to be honest. I think they may have preemptively brought this down to 2 because they knew they were bringing out this card.
The big downside...
That might be a little bit overestimation,
and
by the way.
So does Draco's
Yeah,
Rebellion.
see, there you go.
I mentioned this in my big guide about
That's the reason.
or so ago. But this is like pretty taxing on the extra deck. I just talked about how taxing Harmonia is on the extra deck.
I'm looking at what this extra deck looks right, and the first thing I'm thinking is we drop the Garura for sure, and then either we drop Dogma to 1, which I don't like, or we drop the Albaz. This was just kind of annoying because it's actually kind of relevant. People are still playing Dracotail. There's still a lot of branded. Although, to be honest, when you're playing against a good branded player, this doesn't come up nearly as much, the Albaz, unless the game is like super grindy and long. Pause. But yeah, let's see what April says.
Harmonia wanted you to play like 5 more cards, right? 4 or 5 more cards. This card only wants you to play 2 more cards, but it's still relatively high. Okay? You think
Yes.
Garura is probably the easiest cut here, then Lanitus is probably the next best cut, and then you can call it a day at 15 like this? That's possible. But
Yeah,
is
I
that
guess
better?
so.
Is that better than playing the Lanitus?
I think you can keep the Lanitus, the Albaz, if you just remove the Chaos Star Source Dragon, make this a Bora load. And then I don't think you absolutely have to run Draco's Stapelia. Because like the issue with Draco's Stapelia will always be the fact that there's so many ways to dodge targeting stuff now. So maybe you can get away with not running that. Maybe. What do you guys think? To be honest, do not destroy your Super Polys. That baby is coming back. Yeah, I think it's the only reason they did that is because they were worried about. They anticipated the new Starving Venom becoming a menace with 3 Super Polys backing it up. I think they're gonna realize that's not really a concern and they're gonna bring it back. Mixuzia hasn't even returned yet. Like for sure, I'm not putting this in here once Mixuzia is available. Straight up, I'm not doing that.
I'm not so sure. One thing that you have to consider is whether this is Win More or not. Draco's Stapelia is a fine card to play on its own, and I'm sure you can find uses to summon this in certain scenarios outside of Super.
I don't think it's a Win More card, but I do think it raises our interruption ceiling. It does raises the ceiling of our turn 1s. Can 4 Drac can be made from a Brafu? Yeah, you can make that. Yeah, you have to go into Lubellion or Red Albion though. Yeah, I don't use Star Source even against Handicraft. I like Star Source, but I'm gonna have to adjust for this, right? We have another Dark Dragon in the extra deck. Like Borreload's gonna have a little bit easier time to come out. Like the only reason I was running it in a lot of deck lists is because it was easy to summon off of Lubellion Assyrian Dragon. Because I can use it as one of the materials. That was my main thing.
However, the main scenario that you're playing it for, the Super Poly when you go first, is, well, absurdly win more, right? If you go first, make a board, set Super Poly, you win regardless of whether you're playing this package or not. realistically.
So the
you
question
are
is,
gonna
how
win
does it
the
affect your
game, right, or most
interruptions
likely to.
when you don't have Super Poly,
If
but
you
you
go
still have
second
your
and you
branded
draw
board?
Super Poly, you can still make use of this play. I didn't really talk about it too much, but of course you can, right? If you go second and your opponent has Dark Monsters on the board, you immediately fuse 2 of them into this. This card immediately checks another one of their cards.
Yeah,
right? By
that's
targeting it.
potentially this card could be insane.
Let's say you fuse an IP and an SP into.
There's enough darks in Kotton where this could be a problem for them.
Board. Then you target Baron to negate it. Your opponent will chain the Baron. You can then chain this second effect to fuse this card and another dark monster off of their end board into Dracotail. So not only have you removed 3 monsters, but you forced the Baron, and now if there's anything left on that end board, Dracotail can target it and check it.
Yep.
And that's all from just Super Poly.
Another reason why I don't like Dracotail, by the way, right now, is because everyone's running Fav. The second you pop the Fav, that negation doesn't matter anymore. I mean, there'll still be level 1, I think, but like this card has to stay on the board in order for the negation to, matter, right? So that's another reason.
Yes, it's crazy good going second too. So how do we weigh that up, right? Realistically, it's win more going first. You don't need it, but it is really powerful going second. That's hard. I
guess you don't need it is true. I guess that's true.
Since Super Poly is so strong going second in Branded anyway, like let's say you drew Albaz or a way to get to Albaz that is reliable, plus Super Poly, you're already so happy, right? When you go second and you draw this card, you're already so happy about it. And if you have Albaz, you're already like
through the roof, yeah.
Winning, right?
Yeah.
Like, realistically, Albaz Super Poly going second beats boards, right? Like you don't need to be able to have this option to break a board. So in a way,
but it does make the Cartesia better too, right? It does make the Cartesia even stronger, being able to just, like I said before, because April hasn't mentioned it at one time, like our boards, if Super Poly isn't in the picture, being able to take our Mirrorjade, banish a monster, use Cartesia, loop the Mirrorjade to make another monster, which with an Albaz we would, or another dark monster, we would make the Starving Venom, the new Starving Venom. We're looping the Mirrorjade, it comes back, but we also get another negation off of this, and potentially another Super Poly-like effect with the 4 Heavenly Kings. And this is both, and so that's completely absurd, right? Because think of the average branded combo. We haven't even discussed Super Poly in the combo. We haven't even discussed the Fab that's in the back row. We haven't discussed OG Albaz, right? So now this puts a lot of pressure on the opponent to say, okay, I can't let this Starving Venom turn into another stupid monster. I have to kill it. And what is one of the best cards that people have been using to kill things with like a targeted destruction effect? The Fallen and the Virtuous. Inefficient responses to branded plays. Now, the Fallen and Virtuous isn't available for OG Albaz, right? It's technically true you don't need this card, but there is a strong argument to do it anyway, because inefficient interactions is what Branded thrives on, right? Now they have to use another card to deal with my Albaz that's in the graveyard, right? I can keep my Albaz safe from Super Poly a little bit longer. I can keep my Albaz away from the droplet because they have plenty of stuff on the board they have to deal with right now before that even comes into play. And I think that's really good, man. I think that's really, really good. You know what I mean? I think that's really good. I'm definitely going to be trying this.
It's almost win more going second as well. Not only that, but it relies on your opponent having dark monsters on the board. And this is true even for going first.
I mean, we're playing against Branded and Kotton. They're going to have dark monsters on the board. We're playing against Branded and Kotton. I think that's going to be pretty... I think you can just expect that to happen. Which I think is really crazy that they gave this card the ability to modulate attributes, like to change attributes. I can't believe that this puts it over the top more than people realize. It's also another reason why, and I did not get a chance to really discuss it in one of my I think the video is up, but in the future video I'm going to be talking about this again. This effect here, quick effect, change the attributes of all monsters on the field, is broken for the same reason that people are talking about the Starving Venom monster, right? I just, wow. This is actually Branded is eating good, man. I think I'm gonna have a good time with these cards.
Your opponent playing dogs.
Exactly,
So,
Sai. Exactly,
overall,
Sai.
I feel like it might just be win more and situational, right? You have to be playing against the right matchup. And
I will not be running Draco Sepelia, though.
I mean, you have to be in such a certain situation for it to be like the only way to win, right? Because it's win more, right? You're gonna win the game if you draw Super Poly.
So April's focusing a lot on the Super Poly scenario, but you only draw in a 40 card deck. You're only drawing Super Poly like 23% of your duels in Master Duel anyway. 33% in the TCG. So that's like 1 out of 5 duels, right? Was it 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 4? It's more it's closer to 1 out of 4 than 1 out of 5, but so there's that. But you always have access to Cartesia most of the time, and I think that's the thing that needs to be considered a little bit more. You've increased the power of Cartesia because you can go into a negate off of it, potentially. 10,000 years of Branded, haven't you heard? Apparently, man, the Branded dynasty. Yes.
Situations, right? This card is just cracked in Branded. You don't
need
to
it's
be
cracked.
playing this card to make Super Poly cracked. So yeah,
exactly, Sai. Exactly.
You can play this. It's definitely cool. It's definitely fun, but it's a little bit win more. And the only reason I would consider it is if there was ever a format where the mirror match, the only matchup that you played, or like dark decks were the only matchups that you played. That's when I would consider.
That's a little bit too extreme. I think being able to change effects, attributes, makes it more versatile. It actually makes it more universal. Huh. Interesting. Because imagine running Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Imagine running, because think about it like this: if I'm before this card came out, if I'm playing against a Branded deck, I know I have to worry about Albaz. I know I have to worry about Super Poly. I know that probably I'm going to have a hard time dealing with Dogma Dragon. So I'm gonna if I can, I would like to set up my board to where they can't make Dogma Dragon as easily. Right, and one way to do this is to play a deck that does not run dark monsters. Radiant Typhoon's a big example. When we get Blitz Click, that's going to be a huge example. Now, those are niche examples right now because a lot of people are running dark and light monsters in their decks, right? So Dogma Dragon's almost the only, which is why I don't understand why people run Garura. You have Dogma Dragon, you have Mirrorjade. Almost your whole extra deck are Super Poly targets in a Branded deck. You know what I mean? But yeah, I just think I think it's more universal than April's giving it credit for.
Playing it because you get rid of the situational, and you
add 1-0 to 10,000 years,
which isn't nothing, but it's not as bad as it being also situational. So yeah, I would play it in like a format like that, but in the current format, where I think there is going to be, Kotton isn't really a dark deck. This deck is lights and fires. It's not just
I will point out, April, that Kotton, a lot of the Kotton's boss monsters are dark attribute. The ones they want to have on the board the most. The back-to-back, the Zaylin, the one that negates, right? The RS. Those are dark monsters. And again, this can modulate, change the attributes to dark. So with that and Branded being the two most important decks to fight, I think we're in that meta you're talking about.
It's not just darks. So the mirror match is also not just darks, although there is a lot of darks in the mirror match. But there's a lot of lights too. So realistically, if it's not going to be a dark format where every deck is dark, I don't know if I want to play that.
I don't understand that. What do you mean?
So overall, my take is that I don't think it's going to be what I like playing. Is the card I put. I don't think it's going to be what
I just don't like that. I think this is exactly where the honestly, yeah, this should just be the new Starving Venom monster, and then this Chaos Star Source Dragon probably could just be Borreload, and that's probably the only change you have to make. And you're Gucci, you're fine.
I like playing, however.
You got second today
right?
at locals with Cooltoon.
For Harmonia, I said this in the last.
Oh, congratulations!
Harmonia,
who won the whole thing? Was it Branded?
I'm gonna test.
I'm gonna stop.
This card is like.
At least you're gonna test it.
Right, it's crazy powerful and crazy fun, so I'm certainly gonna be trying it.
Love to see it.
One thing I will say about this is that I think this package is crazy in stun decks. Any deck that's playing Super Poly as like. Not branded, but like just as a
makes sense.
Powerful card like Kashtira, where they don't really need their extra deck and they can fill it up with targets. Or stun decks.
That's a valid point.
Really
I did not think of that.
In that deck, right? Because
I mean, a lot of these decks that don't run branded stuff, they just run Fab and then they run Super Poly and then a copy of Dogma Dragon, right? So they can just take your board. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Yeah, it's probably true. Because you go into the new Starving Venom, you negate something, and then the second they bring out Albaz, you go steal. You just steal it and you make a Mirrorjade, or you make a Dogma Dragon. I mean, that actually sounds really crazy.
Something that Stun always used to do, and even Kashtira with Super Poly as well, is they would play this as a target, right? 2 Dark Monsters on the field. Imagine
roll that Branded
how much
one.
Stronger it is to play this as the target. It's the same material, but now they get this effect. It's a better monster, right?
It is a better monster
smaller
for sure.
Because Starving Venom gains attack, but like this card negates effects, which is better. And
the other one copies effects though, so that could actually be interesting. Like imagine using the original Starving Venom to like copy I don't know, like name a ridiculous monster to copy. You know, I don't know. Can you copy a Cartesia's effect on the board? Can you do that? I don't know if you could do that with this. With the old Starving Venom, actually. Can you do that? Oh no, the name becomes that monster's name, so you can't do that.
It also has this option where if they're playing a dark deck, which they are, if you were able to make it, then you get to make the Dragos Despia as well. So like I feel like a Kashtira deck or a stun deck playing Super Poly, or just any deck that plays a lot of room for targets, could actually have a field day with this. Realistically, that would be a very powerful play.
I was actually watching a bunch of matches from like DK's channel. I've seen quite a few branded players using it.
I would be sad to see it go. It's a big nerf to Branded, but I would be sad to see this go. Yeah.
They really should not do that. Like they really shouldn't. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm calling it now. Super Poly is going back to 3. Just give it about a month or so. It's going back to 3, for sure.
Maybe it's time though.
This over exaggeration.
Anyway.
No, you only take out Super Poly if you're trying to baby Cooltoon. Cooltoon does not need buffs. Cooltoon does not need like a pat on the back, a baby bottle. Here you old poor, you don't like Super Poly? Here's a little baby bottle. Like no. They're even with Super Poly at 3 in the TCG, it's the top deck to build your decks against right now. Like, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's nonsense.
That'll do it for the video. So if you want to see me test these cards, of course check it out on the stream, and I might even make a video with them. But my assessment is that I think they're pretty bad, right? The Starving Venom package.
You think it's pretty bad?
Harmonia in the last video. I think it's pretty suboptimal. But
see, yeah, I was going to make a deck. I was gonna try the Harmonia too, but I haven't even finished making it yet. I haven't even like finished what version I'm gonna play, and I already don't like it. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Harmonia and like if you like Branded Synchro is just not better than just pure Branded right now.
Who knows? We'll certainly test it. So yeah, thanks for watching. Stay cute. Stay cute.
All right, cool. All right, guys, that was a good video. I'm glad that we were able to listen to April's thoughts on the matter. I still think this is a mistake I made with the hyper invoked Aeon. Talking about it a few videos before, and I think a video is going to come out about that very soon. If it's not out already, I have to double check. But you want to start with the floor. What is the floor? And it'll tell you how good this card is, right? Because you're not always going to get the best case scenario, like I said before. This deck right here, 23% of the time, 23.3, I think. 23% of the time, you're going to see Super Poly in a 40-card branded deck, and that's if you're running 40 exactly. So, but you can always get Cartesia, much more often. So the question is, how does this make Cartesia in branded? That's the floor, and my opinion is it makes Cartesia way better. It turns Cartesia, instead of just summoning a Grand Guignol just to help get a Mirrorjade loop, you're actually transforming it into potentially double Mirrorjade loop plus, double Mirrorjade loop plus negate, right? That can be used as a chain block when you're trying to Quem back the Mirrorjade too. I think that's gonna be something I'm gonna be very happy about. Let me actually do something real quick. I'm just gonna grab a random deck, and we're gonna try. I'm gonna take this out. Take this out real quick and put in the Starving Venom here. Okay, so can I just? Of course, I have to reload. Of course, I have to reload this. All right, so let's just take this out just so I can make room for the Starving Venom. All right, so let's just say this is the deck we're running. Let's go do a quick test. We're gonna see if we can get a good hand for the 1-card combo. All right, whatever. This will work. All right, whatever. We'll just do. We have the Cartesian in hand too, but anyways, we can go. We'll just summon this. We'll just summon this. Activate the effect. And I think I'll just grab a fav. Let's grab a fav. And I'll put this back. I don't need it anymore. Alright, and activate this. Go ahead and dump the Cartesia. Get the Grand Guignol in the graveyard. I'm just trying to get the white dragon. It doesn't really matter what the. Hold up, say Grang's government name again. What? Grand Guignol? It's Grand Guignol. You know that, right? Like look up the pronunciation of the actual theater its name is named off of. Yeah, these are Despian. This is the Despian lore, right? just want to double check here. Just want to double check here, guys. All right, we're gonna go ahead and put that in the graveyard. The government name. That's crazy. Why did you say that? That's funny, dude. All right. Get this off the board. Let's make the whole board, guys. Let's make it. We're not activating nothing. Go ahead and bring this out. Bring this out. Activate. Stop telling me if I want to activate Fav. Alright. Quem. We can chain link 1. Chain link 1 this. And chain link 2 that, I guess. But it doesn't really matter. I would probably chain block the Quem most situations. Actually, at this point, if they haven't ashed or anything like that, I'm probably just going to chain block against Ghost Bell, to be honest. We'll put in the Tri-Brigade Spring its kit. Let's see if I can do this whole thing in one shot without, like, you know, messing up. Activate this Tri-Brigade Spring its kit. Bring out the Albaz. We actually could have not brought this out. We could have just brought out the Cartesia instead, because then that would let us use the 3 Brave Sword Souls to get out the Pharaoh instead. But I'm not really concerned about that right now. We're just trying to get the the board. So we'll just take this out and put that there. All right, chain link 1. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we just do that. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We still get the Cartesia. That's wild, bro. That's wild. All right. So now we can get the Pharaoh for free, because why not? Okay. That's so stupid. Such a stupid combo. I hate this combo so much. We're gonna activate this just cause. All right, man. This is like anyone else. When you play branded combos, you just go, "Why is this so broken?" What are you playing Yu-Gi-Oh on? This is Dueling Nexus. I'm just trying to get a combo set up. The name Mama calls when you done effed up. Grang. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This. I was reading Team Samurai post. He almost lost his max ready light and darkness to someone give to the lost and found. He's lucky. What the heck? He almost lost it? He gave it to someone? Oh, wait. Maybe he left accidentally at a table. Oh, that man, yo, that's really nice. I would assume a lot of people would just steal it. But, hey, man. We got some good people in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, I suppose, right? All right, so we're going to go ahead and make Red Albion. Right, we're going to put that here in defense position. And activate Albion the Branded Dragon. And this will be Mirrorjade. We're going to do the Mirrorjade thing. We're going to do the Sam. We're doing the Sam thing, guys. Which, to me, I really don't like. Sometimes I don't like having the Mirrorjade get banished, but it's all good. We'll just do it anyway. It's fine. It's fine. This is still good. Still great, actually. All right. What do you asked me to do? Okay. So we do have the Titanic Clad getting us the Dogmatica Ecclesia, right? So we don't have to use Fav here. We can just get it. I'm gonna go ahead and just set this. Because why not? Alright, and we're gonna go to the end phase now. So let's go get this. Get this out. Special summon. We're gonna go ahead and use the effect, get Fav. And then we're gonna activate this. And we're gonna pop. We will send Dogma Dragon, I guess. We'll pop this. Yep. And then we're gonna activate this. Get the Burb. This is such a stupid line, to be honest. This is really, really good. Thank God we got the Golden Sword Soul, I mean, the 3 champions. Honestly. We'll go ahead and activate this. And we'll set the Retributions. This is what your turn 1 typically is going to look like with the 1 card Albaz combo, right? Okay. So this is what the board looks like typically. So what I can do is we can just go end turn. Like the opponent's not going to do anything. This is just solitaire, right? So during the main phase, we have the Mirrorjade banish, right? Which is 1 interruption. We chain link to Cartesia. We can go Cartesia into we can go Cartesia with the Mirrorjade, and then we can go Ecclesia, get an Albaz, because we need to get an Albaz in rotation. Like this is kind of like the choke point with this particular setup. Like if you just stop the Ecclesia, there's no Albaz. There's no Albaz interruption to worry about, right? The only way you actually can like play around that is if they stop the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon to get an Albaz, then what you want to do is keep the Ecclesia in the graveyard, this Ecclesia, Incredible Ecclesia. So I could, in a pinch, go Fall into Virtuous, resurrect the Ecclesia, or we're using Cartesia to take this Ecclesia and this Mirrorjade, and we're turning it into a Mixuzia, right? And then Mixuzia could go into Starving Venom. That's so dumb that he can do that. Okay, so yeah, that's really dumb. Okay. So, but considering what I'm trying to do here, we're in the main phase? No, we're not in the main phase. Can we go in the main phase, please? Negate is always chain link 1. Negate is always chain link 1. Let me see here. Let's say, let me do something real quick. Go to main phase. All right, so we're gonna let's say we activated the Mirrorjade effect. Let's pretend we did that. I'm gonna activate this, and then I'm gonna use this effect, right? And I'm gonna special summon. We can get OG Albaz in the graveyard. We can get Fall of the White Dragon. It's whatever at that point, because we have Fav to put the Grinbrim in the graveyard to get one of these. But we'll get this. We'll grab this, right? And then on resolution, this is gonna make the Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, right? So in this scenario, we have the effects of the Starving Venom, and we have the effects of the Quem that's available on Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2. So we actually can decide the order of how we want to do this, right? If we're worried about some effect like Ghost Bell stopping us from bringing back the Mirrorjade, then we can go Chainlink 1 Quem, Chainlink 2 Starving Venom. So it's not just always Chainlink 1, bro. Yeah. So we'll activate this, and we'll bring back the Mirrorjade, right? And we'll say we activated that, and we'll negate something. And because it's my opponent's turn, if something was happening on, if they summoned something that had an effect on summon that I wanted to stop, right? Their effect would be Chainlink 1. So that means my Starving Venom, if I made this fusion in response to them potentially like a chainable effect, a special something that I don't want to deal with, then their monster effect's gonna be Chainlink 1. My Quem is gonna be Chainlink 2. My Starving Venom's gonna be Chainlink 3. So I chain block my Quem, and I'm negating their monster, getting out the Mirrorjade, right? So we're gonna bring that out. Bring out the Mirrorjade for another banish, right? So we just did 2 banishes. We have 2 banishes. We have Starving Venom that negates something. And then, oh my god, bro. Then I have Fallen the Virtuous, right? We just pop something. We'll pop this. But pop one of their cards. And now my Starving Venom can go into a dark fusion monster. Let's see what it can do. Actually, can I go into Mixuzia with this? Let's see. No, I cannot. Right? I have to use. 1 second. Using dark monsters on either field, including this card. So it has to be all dark materials, right? Yeah, so we'll activate this, right? And we'll bring this out. Bring this out. Activate the effect. And can I still cannot do it yet. It's a dark monster, right? Do it not have board load here? Let me cancel that. Let's bring this on the board. I don't care. I meant to do it from the deck, but can I not activate it now? You're saying I can't activate it. Oh, that's right. You can't just do it whenever you want to. Your opponent has to activate a card effect. That's why. I forgot about that. Okay, yeah. So your opponent does something. We take this Borlo Furious. We make this. We can go Borlo Furious here with the Albaz on the board. We still have the Ecclesia for the OG Albaz. And this funny thing about this is this actually sets up Borlo plus Dogma Dragon. So when you have Borlo and Dogma Dragon on the board, you have free pops the rest of the game because you'll just target you'll just target the Dogma Dragon with the Borload effect, pop something. Dogma Dragon doesn't go anywhere, so you have that for the rest of the game until they obviously get rid of the Borload, which is hilarious. Or we should be able to go into Mixuzia as long as using Dark Monsters on either field, including this card. I think you should be able to do that. Someone will have to confirm that for me. And then Mixuzia can go into another thing. Well, we don't even have to do that, to be honest. I don't even think it's necessary. We can just kind of just run this. I don't even think we have to go into Mixuzia. Why would we even do that? I think we can go into Mixuzia into Starving Venom using cards in our graveyard. Well, actually, no, you can't because you have to use 2 Dark Monsters on the field. That's probably the only issue with that combination. You can't use Mixuzia to make Starving Venom with the graveyard. You have to use cards on the field, which, I mean, you can. You actually can do that. So never mind. It's not that big of a deal, although it does banish the material. So maybe a sword might be in order. I don't know. Master Duel is hella expensive. What are you talking about? You can play for free. But yeah, that's kind of what we got going on here, man. This is absolutely insane. I actually think this is crazy. All right, let me go ahead and reset this because I'm done here. But yeah, I actually am super excited about Starving Venom, bro. The new Starving Venom. I'm ready to go into Master Duel and mess with it right now. Let me know your thoughts, guys. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Let's see here. Let me put the music back on. I want to practice some hands before I go into Master Duel. Kind of like stretching your muscles, you know what I mean? So yeah. Let's do this. Can you make your opponent use Fredrawless? What do you mean make them? Like, they'll probably do it. They'll probably do it. If they have it in their hand, they'll probably use it, bro. You know what I mean? I don't think they'll have it in their hand and be like, no, I don't think I'm going to play this card. They'll probably will do it. Making good plays against Fredrawless? Well, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, of course you can't. Like, I mean, it's hard sometimes, unless you know it's in their hand. It's hard to play around that. You just gotta kind of play through it and see what happens. I feel like typically Brand does fine against Fredrawless in like a vacuum. It's just that like when it's combined with other nonsense, that's when it becomes like annoying. But Fredrawless is a little overrated. To be honest with you guys, it is. Oh, excuse me. Master Duel is free. Like, have like 3 perfect decks F2P. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, man. You're probably just spending your money wrong, or you're not, or you're making like decks you regret making. You know. Oh, you mean the I don't know. I don't know if you can do that. I don't think you can. That's a good question, Gear Lancer. I don't know. All right, so let me do another video real quick. Hello, welcome. This is Brandon Despia. Welcome back to the channel. We're just going to be chatting and having conversations with everybody while I, go through some test hands here. I have a 40 card branded deck list. This is essentially what Yugioh showed in his Hyper Invoked Aeon build. The only thing I changed for the most part would be I did add Ash Blossom to the side. I think he didn't have Ash Blossom in his. This kind of goes in and out for me, the Ash Blossom, but I do want to have it early on to see what happens in this format. I'll probably end up taking it out, knowing me. But I did have the Ghost Ogre in my build. I think he was running like 3 Perulia and 3 of something else. I don't remember right now off the top of my head. But I do think Ghost Ogre is really important. He ran 3 copies of Santa Claus. I'm running 2 Santa Claus, 1 Lava Golem, just to mix things up a little bit. Occasionally, I might want to be able to take 2 monsters instead of 1, so I want to have that option. This Springham's kit was a gold sarcophagus in this build. I went for this for the recursion, on the ability to put back the Tri-Brigade Mercurier, which lowers the probability of me having a dead Cockatorum in my hand. But also, I don't like having 2 cards fighting over 1 Mercurier in order to be, to be useful as a starter in Branded. So, other than that, everything is essentially the same. I pretty much vibe with that build a lot. Obviously, we don't have Starving Venom Fusion Dragon yet. I was messing around with it in a previous video, but we are running Double Dogma. Just need to fix that real quick. But yeah, this is pretty much the build. As you can see, no issues with, my extra deck. I turned my Star Source into a Borlo Furious, and we still have room for Hyper Invoked Aeon. On a lower case, on a low ceiling level, Hyper Invoked Aeon is a better Chaos Star Source, right? On a high ceiling, it could really disrupt my opponent's ability to grind with me, which I think is important in the Chaos matchup, because they put a lot of cards in the graveyard that will just simply go back to their hand, and I'd rather banish those cards so that they're forced to use their Skull Archfiend of Chaos to try to recur those resources. And when they do that, I can just easily go, okay, this is what I'm holding the Retribution for. This is what I'm holding the Mercurier for. If the Mercurier especially isn't being used on the Griffo. So that's kind of like my philosophy there. And then, game 2, game 3, we have Ghost Ogre, Snow Rabbit to additional support. I running 1 Lightning Storm right now and 1 Feather Duster just to be able to add more hand traps in here. Another reason is against the Rolab matchup, Lightning Storm, Feather Duster, not as good, because they'll be able to they're more likely to protect it in response to the activation of Lightning Storm Duster with their monsters, right? Like if they get that card out and then they immediately can set up, there is a path for them to set up getting out like this card, and now my Lightning Storm does nothing. So it's not as good against them. You rather have quick play effects. So yeah, I think for them, they're being able to stop our Fallen Virtues is going to be a huge deal for them too. So yeah, before I begin though, I saw this deck list online. I forget who the guy was. Maybe we'll do a reaction video to that. He was running 3 Pot of Sloth in his Chaos Branded deck, and I was like, why aren't Branded players really considering running that in here too? Because feasibly, that would be a crazy... I mean, I've seen like a few people consider it, but I know that people are more down than up on Pot of Sloth. Like if we go on tcgplayer.com real quick, it's like, oh, it just went up to 61. It was like a $58 here, but as you can see, it kind of went down a lot. Like a decent amount, not a lot, but a decent amount. But it's probably heading back up because since we have that event going on, that major tournament, I think it's in Minneapolis. But yeah, I would like to get 3 of these one day. I really do. Anyways, let's just have a few test hands. I'm gonna do the 40 card build, and I'm gonna switch to the Cash Dealer build. By the way, I just got pretty much all of my cards in now. So I can make this deck verbatim in the TCG. And I'm only missing one copy of Santa Claus, right? And that should be coming in probably on Monday. I'm actually looking at my Santa Claus right now. I got like yeah, actually I think I'm glad that I was able to get a copy, but I'm gonna try to upgrade the rare. I got like common versions of it, so let's go ahead and play. Be answering questions in the chat while we're doing test hands, so feel free to ask any questions you guys want while we're just messing around. What do you think of the Ars Magna media support and the Link 3 monster? I think the Medius cards are gonna be kind of cool. Wait, did I just do the Castira version first? Whatever, we'll just do this. All right, and maybe by osmosis we can like go through like the vast majority of the combos you want to do in Branded, right? I think I want to look into it more, Mustafa, but I do think the Medius cards are getting the it almost feels like the Medius cards are getting the Albaz treatment. Like they really love this lore. They really love this lore. There's gonna be a lot of cards for it. I think Medius is gonna be like the new you know, best boy of the TCG. I honestly think it's Albaz right now. But anyways, one card combo. Jeez, say that 3 times fast. So Castira Fenrir. This is why I run it. I said it before in previous videos. Fenrir is a starter if you run the Arsenal Falcon. 1 card starter. But going second is also a board breaker, just like Castiras normally are, right? And the fact that I can use this to target a face-up card, even in the back row, and banish it face down, that means, like, when I'm talking about cards like Mind Shuffle, if I get to banish that face down with Fenrir, then they can't even bring that back with the with the Skull Archfiend. So we're gonna go ahead and special summon this bad boy in defense position because why not? And I'm gonna activate its effect. And we're gonna go ahead and grab the Rise Heart. Now we're gonna normal summon the Rise Heart. We're not going to activate its effect. Please do not do that because you'll lock yourself out of a lot of things. Activate the effect of Rise Heart to modify its level to 7 by banishing another copy of my Fenrir. And we're also gonna mill the top 3 cards of my opponent's deck face down. I wish I could see what it is. Can we view them? No, we can't see. It won't let us. Yeah, because that if it also let us see what the cards were, that would be insane. But we'll go ahead and Xyz summon here. I'll put the Arsenal Falcon up here. Now we're gonna activate the effect of Arsenal Falcon, and we're gonna send the Fenrir specifically for this. That way, I always feel like doing this first because if I need to fav a Fenrir, I'd rather fav a Fenrir than a Rise Heart for some random reason. I don't know if that's ever gonna come up, but we're gonna go ahead and special summon the Burb. The Burb is the word, guys. Cockatourium is on the field. We're gonna activate its effect and banish that Mercurier, and now we have a bridge from Castira into Branded. Very, very nice. So we're gonna go ahead and get the Fall of the White Dragon, and now we have 2 bodies on the board that we can play with before we've even summoned the Fallen of the White Dragon. Isn't that crazy? Our 1-card combo here with the Fallen of the White Dragon. Special summon, and we just basically go into the full combo here, right? So we go ahead and get the Ecclesia. We're going to get the Ecclesia off the board and get the Golden Sword Soul. And now we're going to Synchro Summon. Now, we're still going to send the Albaz to the graveyard at this point, not Cockatourium. The reason why is because I want my Quem to send the Tri-Brigade Springens kit and resurrect, potentially, that Albaz. Now, in normal situations, but because we have Cockatourium, actually it doesn't really matter, does it? So, yeah, we'll go ahead and special summon our Ecclesia the Dark Dragon, activate the effect. And we're going to go ahead and get the Quem here. Alright, so we have 2 effects that are happening here. We have the Quem and the Golden Sword Soul. assume at this point, if they let all that go through, they probably are not. They're not going to ash you here, right? They might imperm this, but I at least want to chain block the Golden Sword Soul because they might have a Ghost Bell to stop this. So we're going to banish this Chain Link 1 to get a monster on the board, and then we'll Chain Link 2 the Quem. If they had an Ash Boss, and they been would have used it on the Quem. They been would have used it on like a bunch of other cards before this. So I feel comfortable doing this order, but you decide what you want to do. Right. So we're going to send the Tri-Brigade Spring Skit to the graveyard, and then we're going to special summon this Incredible Ecclesia. With this setup, if they somehow still, if they was a mad lad and they kept an Imperm for the Quem out of all cards for some reason, as you can see, we still have, with this combo, with this line, access to the 3 champions because Kakatorium is still there and we got the Ecclesia out. So they didn't really even do anything. So that's why it doesn't make sense for this situation to even be a thing. Maybe they nib here. Maybe that's what they do. I don't know. Some of y'all crazy. All right, we're going to activate the Tri-Brigade Spring and Kits effect, and we're going to special summon that Albaz from the graveyard. Okay, cool. Synchro Shokan into 3 champions of Sword Soul. We're going to go ahead and use this Ecclesia, and we're going to now use the Kakatorium. Right? Cool. Now, we can activate the effect of the 3 champions of Sword Soul. Chain block. We could chain block with the Quem if we really want to, but we're not, but in this line, since we had the Kakatorium as the extra body, we don't need to do that, bro. We don't need to do that. Now, you go get the Farah if you were able to get access to Cartesia in some other way, but or you actually can get the Dogmatic Ecclesia. But we don't need to do that here. I would consider getting Ecclesia, Dogmatica Ecclesia, if for some reason, let's say my opponent used a Bystial and banished my Dogmatica, my Titanica, then maybe I would consider getting this. But just considering what we already went with, we'll go ahead and just bring out the Cartesia here. And we'll special summon this. Bring out here. There we go. All right. And now we're going to activate the effect. Now, in this case, I kind of want to get rid of this Arsenal Falcon eventually. But we're going to do the same thing as before. Right? We're not doing anything special here. Right? We're going to go ahead and grab this. And we're going to take this out. All right? Put the red Albion here. And we're going to chain link 1. And we are not... This is the thing, too. Interesting thing here. We still have access to the Quem. What we could have done is also, in this line, we could use the Cartesia and the Albaz to make red Albion, and then resurrect the Cartesia, and that would leave the 3 champions of Sword Soul on the board if you wanted to do that. But anyways, gonna do this. We're not gonna use Quem's effect here. We have plenty of opportunities to use it. So we can. Oh, you guys like the Mirrorjade route a lot more. But I'm going to actually go ahead and just do the Mixuzia route. So I'm going to go ahead and banish. Now, actually, I actually can just banish the Kakatorium, by the way. So we'll banish the 3 champions, and we'll banish the Kakatorium, right? We'll make Mixuzia. Neat. We're not going to activate this yet. And now we're going to activate the effect of my Mixuzia. And I'm going to target the Mixuzia, and I'm going to declare Divine. Technically, it can be any attribute, but Divine's a little bit more difficult to super poly than overall. right? Because, like, let's say, for example, your opponent's using, like, Mud Dragon, or they're using Garura in their extra deck. Fat chance there's going to be 2 divine monsters on the board for them to take this and turn it into whatever, right? So that's why. Although, you know, if they're playing Branded, they shouldn't even be running those cards, in my personal opinion. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and set this because we're going to be able to just search one from the deck anyway. We'll just set this anyway. I typically keep the Called by the Grave in my hand in case my opponent does some funny business during the end phase, just so you guys know. Well, end phase. We're going to go ahead and activate the Titanic Lad. And we're going to special summon the Dogmatic Ecclesia. Bro, we can actually do this combo and never even use the res effect of the Quem. Which sometimes you might not want to do it because you see how clogged my board is, right? Alright, let's go ahead and send you and pop you. Alright. We're not activating this because we want the Ecclesia back on the board, bro. Alright. Then we'll put this in our hands. So look, that combo with the Kashtira was gave us so much that we I will put this back in our hand. The Kashtira gave us so much that we don't even have room to like res the Quem, use the effect of Quem to res something. We'd rather not use it, or otherwise we would have screwed ourselves with the board. Alright, and we'll go ahead and set this. Right. Now, let me see something here. So the Mixuzia, we could make the Hyper Invoked Aeon here. We need to get a... We don't have to do the 3 material, by the way. You don't have to do the 3 materials. So we could just use Mixuzia and just make a Hyper Invoked Aeon with 2 materials and just non-target banish 2 things, right? Which is why Mixuzia being divine is so amazing here. We don't have to, like... If you feel like getting the 3rd material out to make the 3 material Hyper Invoked Aeon is, like, too much, like you don't feel like you need to do that, then don't do it. Just use a 2 material. It's still really good. You banish 2 things non-targeting. You change their whole field to dark or light, whatever you want to do, and you can take advantage of that later with your OG Albaz. Right, so that's absolutely insane. Imagine if we had access to the new Starving event and we could actually make that. Okay, man. Alright, so the Arsenal Falcon, we can probably use this material later. We probably won't get rid of that, right? Like, we didn't even have to make this. We could still make Mirrorjade, actually. And then with this on the board, the Arsenal Falcon, we can use our Cartesia and the Arsenal Falcon to also make Mixuzia, by the way. Right? So, like, on this turn. But if we did that, then we would need a light monster to make the Hyper Invoked Aeon, because they have to be fusion monsters as materials. But yeah, that's one combo. We have the Ecclesia that can get us pretty much whatever we need. Typically in this scenario, we have more options because we could just get the Albaz from the graveyard with other methods like the Fav and the Lubellion, not the Lubellion, the Rinbrum. So we don't have to use Ecclesia to get the Albaz, or we have a backup at least if they stop this. Right. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff here, man. You know, that 1 card combo got us... Well, I mean, it didn't get us the Call by the Grave, but it did get us the Retribution. And we already had a Fallen Virtus in our hand, so I'm not even counting that. Alright, let's try another combo. All right, let's try another line. So this is straightforward, right? We have a Luber. We have the kit that would want to be used with the high spirits at this point. This is one of those hands where it's like, oh, hey, Imperm Ash just beats the hand, right? I mean, that's kind of one of those scenarios there. But we'll typically go into high spirits here. Or we can go into Brafu if we wanted to, but I think we're just going to go into high spirits because, you know, I like high spirits more. So, now I kind of want to keep the Mercurier in my hand. But if we keep the Tri-Brigade Springens kit in our hand, we actually could use... We might go to Brafu after all. I mean, alternatively, if we send the Mercurier, then we could use the Tri-Brigade Springens kit to... Can we do something with that? Let me see. We did normal summon already. We might be able to special summon this onto the field if I set up a line where my Ecclesia Dark Dragon special summons the kit onto the field. Let's play around and see how that works. So let's keep this in our hand. Let's send the Mercurier to graveyard. We can't even use it right now to negate anything, so... Maybe we could put it back in our hand. It's in the graveyard. We can probably special summon it back with the Ecclesia Synchro on the opponent's turn. Alright. Kind of want to see what I can do with this. We'll do the same line with Titanic Lad. Special summon. Activate the effect. Let's bring this out. Same old, right? Isn't it great to have Super Poly in your opening hand? Isn't it just great? Brandon Despia, you don't understand. Dark Lord and Luber can bridge into Link 2 Purification Tower of Patron. Dark Lord. And the Link 2 is a Masquerena straight into Link 3. Oh my gosh, really? I guess I need to look into it, man. I need to look into it. Cause you're right, I don't understand. I haven't looked into it yet. Not like I really want. Not the way I usually do with videos. I am actually a fan of the Medius lore or this Medius cards. I just haven't been able to last forever actually to get these cards, you know. And I never really played Pendulum stuff, so I don't know. Maybe that's what's holding me back from actually like committing to it. So here. Alright, so I don't think I'm going to be able to do what I was thinking about doing, right? I don't think so. I might be wrong. Oh, here's the thing. Okay, that's why. So I have the Tri-Brigade Springens kit in my hand. When I activate this effect to go get the Quem, that's a little awkward, right? Can we do something with that? Alright, we're going to activate this. And we're going to chain link one Quem. And we're going to chain link two Golden Sword Soul. We have the Aluber on the board, so we can still synchro. So we're going to get this out. So Aluber and the Ecclesia is going to make the 3 champions of Sword Soul. I'm going to dump... I feel like if I dump the Springens kit, that might be wild, right? Because then I can special summon the Springens kit, get another card into my hand, like the Fav or something, and then I can potentially special summon the kit if I want to extend even further. Let's see what happens if we do that. Alright. No, don't do that. Now, let's go ahead and synchro summon into the 3 champions of Sword Soul using these 2 monsters. Alright, so chain link 1. I want to bring back the Albaz at least. So we're going to chain link. That's going to get the Cartesia. This... We really want the Albaz from the graveyard. That's the thing. If I get this out, let me think. This might be a fumble, but we're going to try it. Because what I think I'm going to do is get the Fallen the Virtuous here. Actually, no. You know what? Nah. We don't need to do that. We just keep the Tri-Brigade Springens kit. We have a Super Poly here. So I'd rather use that Super Poly, discarding the kit, and then get advantage off of that. Than try to, like, be cute with this. So we're going to special summon this monster here. Yeah, there's no reason to go to use the kit here. Because we had the Aluber, we don't need the extra body that the kit would have provided. We're going to go ahead and go into get the Cartesia here. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that could have ruined our hand economy if I went to that potentially. It could have also been awesome, but there was no need to do that. That wasn't necessary. All right, we're gonna infuse. As Lily gets at the same board here. I'm gonna go into Mirrorjade this time. Off the red Albion. Right. So we'll banish you. We'll banish you. Cool, right? Nice. Nice. Alright, we'll set this card face down. And we're going to go into the end phase. Same thing as before. Titaniclad is going to get us a copy of the Dogmatic Ecclesia. Ecclesia? Or Ecclesia, however you want to say it. Get a Fav. Pop the big red. I'll send that. Pop this. So we have the McCurrier in the graveyard, but we're still gonna use it to get something. We could have also sent potentially we could have just sent another monster instead if we wanted to keep this available. But we are gonna set the Retribution, so this should be fine. Right. Let's go ahead and add this to the hand. Prince back. Activate this. So now we have another Fav ready to go. And the red Albion, right? And we'll go ahead and set the Retribution. There's going to be some matchups where setting this is going to be great. We're going to want this against like a Rahu Ketu, or we're going to want this against Harmonia or Cool Tune Synchro. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's better to have that than the Fallen Virtuous, but rarely. Typically, you always want to set the Fallen Virtuous. But sometimes, sometimes you might want to just be like, you know what, Retribution. Stop their special summon. Let me see here something. Spell trap card on monster effect is activated. So here's the thing about Retribution, just so you guys are aware. Spell trap card or monster effect, right? So this means you can't, if they activate Mind Shuffle, at this point, like they discard Griffo, and they place the Mind Shuffle, then you're fucked, right? Because then you're not going to be able to Retribution that. So maybe in that scenario, I would probably set Fav anyway. And maybe there might be some lines where we're just going to have to say, you know what? We're not going to do this exactly the same way, because if they discard Griffo during the end phase and we use our Fav to pop the red Albion, now we don't have a Fav to pop their other card, right? So we might need to think of a line where we're still getting this without having to have the red Albion on the board to pop and like set up another card. You know, maybe we can like set up a line where we get a Fav on the board, but a Fav in our hand. So if they try anything during the end phase, we can immediately just pop it with Fav, with Fallen Virtuous. So I'll have to explore that a little bit more. Anyways, what do we got here? And that's the board. This is literally the same board as before. That you guys have been seeing with the Mirrorjade, and we have the Mirrorjade double banish here set up. Ecclesia can get the Albaz. Like I said before, the main thing I'm concerned about with this line is that if they stop this Ecclesia from getting Albaz, you're not going to be able to go into double Mirrorjade with the. Well, you still can, technically. You actually still can do double Mirrorjade because you have Mixuzia. So it's not the worst thing, but you don't have the Albaz interaction, which OG Albaz represents like 3 different interruptions by itself, technically. The steal, stealing a monster or 2 monsters, and then the monster has an interruption attached to it, technically. You know? So 2 to 3, I guess, is you know, what you miss when you don't have access to that. So, like, if I was trying to break this board, I would definitely be trying to get rid of this Ecclesia in response to activating its effect. So probably hold the Fav for that. Since I know, based on this board, they don't have OG Albaz access, right? Otherwise. But they still have good, we still have good plays here, right? We still have good plays. Let me see here. So we don't have a light monster. So that's kind of sucks there a little bit. If you look at our extra deck, we would definitely want to find a way to get the Lubellion the Syrian Dragon on the board to have an extra target. The extra card to make this, because we want a different fusion monster. Yeah. I'll be honest with you guys, this is kind of like why I like the Mixuzia over the Mirrorjade here. This is kind of why I like it. This is like the situation where, like, if they Fav my Ecclesia the Dark Dragon in response to me activating it to get the Albaz, that's like 2 to 3 interruptions I don't have access to. But if I have Mixuzia here, then if I try to go in to get the OG Albaz, they pop it, then I can still make Mirrorjade. I can pivot to Mirrorjade by using Mixuzia and the Albaz in the graveyard to banish it and make Mirrorjade, right? So, like, and then I also have potentially a Fav here, or instead of Retribution, to resurrect the Mirrorjade as well, or pop a card, send the Rinbrum, and get the Albaz from the graveyard, use it, and then use Mixuzia to banish that OG the Fallen of the White Dragon after I've used its effect to get the Ecclesia, OG Albaz, do all that fun stuff, and make Mirrorjade after all that's done. So it's a little bit more slippery compared to this one, right? In my personal opinion, I like this board a lot more if I have access to Albaz and do some other cards in my hand, right? Like, for example, like if I had used this Nadir Servant, for example, and got an Albaz in my hand, then that concern I had is gone, because then I can just use the Cartesia and fuse with the Albaz in my hand with the Mirrorjade, make whatever Mixuzia, not Mixuzia, make Lubellion, right? And then still get the Mirrorjade on the board, you know, for a second banish. So those are my thoughts on that. And then we have Super Poly in this case. So let's say we banish the Mirrorjade, but then what we could do is we can do the Mirrorjade banish. We use Cartesia and the Mirrorjade to make Mixuzia, or some other monster, whatever you want to do, or Grand Guignol, right? And we have Super Poly with the Springen's Kit that can res it as a backup plan if the Quem gets stopped from, you know, reborning the Mirrorjade. That also is another opportunity for us there, right? So what else we got here? And making Grand Guignol is probably the better option right now in this particular case, because Grand Guignol into dumping. Yeah, we could probably do that too. We can Grand Guignol. We could be cheeky too. We can go Grand Guignol, dump Lubellion in this board, then use the Super Poly to turn our Spellcaster plus one of their monsters into Mixuzia, and then Mixuzia can take the Lubellion and itself and make a 2-material hyper invoked Aeon to non-target banish 2 resources from their graveyard or whatever. So it actually is has some pretty sneaky moves here once you incorporate some of the other cards in here. This is why the kid is so good as a brick here. It's like such a stupid card, even though it's a brick. You know what I mean? I did not want to see this in my hand, but because we got Super Poly, you know, we can make magic with it. Next line. Let's make something else. Let's make something else up. Okay, so this is one of the hands I love to have. Access to the Kashtira package is so funny because, especially going second, like playing this actually gives me an advantage against a lot of decks, especially in the mirror match, right? Because monsters I control gain 100 attack and defense for each attribute on the field. So technically, my monsters will always be bigger than their monsters in the mirror, and it does force interaction. Seeing this because usually when you see this, okay, I don't know why I say it like that. Let me see this. Why did it spell it like that? You saw that, right? That's not how you spell Kashtira. Anyways, we're gonna special summon the Kashtira Fenrir. And this is going to be the 1-card combo again, right? And if I have this first, I 100% always go for this most of the time first, right? It's just, because they're going to want to, like, stop it. Like, especially going second, everyone hates Kashtiras. Like, they're going to spend removal trying to get rid of it. Going second, my Kashtira is going to get me another Kashtira Fenrir, right? Going first, we'll get the Rise Heart. Now, unfortunately... Actually, not even fortunately. Well, actually, yeah. Unfortunately, we have the Rise Heart here in the hand. We need this Mercurier in the deck because we're going to try to get Cockatourium, right? So, what am I going to do against that? This is why I run the Springens kit, okay? So, I'm going to normal summon this. Because you can't even use this. We can't even use this card. We could put this back in the deck, but I think we're just going to go ahead and activate the Aluber. Now, I would have loved to be able to use my High Spirits to, like, dump the Rise Heart, or then maybe special summon it later and then go into, like, what we were trying to do before, but unfortunately, I don't think I can do that. So we're just going to go into High Spirits here. If I notice I had, and this is probably my mistake, but just so you guys know, if you happen to get the Mercurier in your hand, if you run the Springens kit, you want to see if you can find a way to use High Spirits to get the kit on the board and put the Mercurier back into the deck. But if you can't do that because you just didn't get access to Mercurier, to the High Spirits, unless you do what I just did, normal summon the Aluber, then it's like, okay, I guess we're pivoting. All right. If you don't have access to doing that, then this Rise Heart should just probably be a Fenrir, right? Like, why not? Anyways, we're going to use the High Spirits. So we're going to send this to the graveyard. There we go. Let's see. I think we still get the Fall of the White Dragon here, right? Still get the Fall of the White Dragon. This goes into the full combo again. Now, I'm going to try to keep this Fenrir on the board, right? At this point, I'm keeping the Fenrir on the board. This is another interruption for us now, right? We do literally the same combo as before. And I'm not even gonna go through the full combo, but you guys see what we're doing here. Nothing else in our hand or graveyard is gonna interfere with the rest of this combo in terms of bricks, right? So, yeah. You literally have the full combo, but let's see. Actually, I'm gonna do the full combo because I want to see if this Fenrir actually interferes with our end board in any way in terms of like not having room for things. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, cool. Synchro summon. We'll take this. Kind of want to dump. Actually, yeah, we'll just dump this. There may be some situations where you are going to dump the Aluber, though, right? Like, I can think if I had like the Golden Sword Soul or the Tri-Brigade Springens kit in my hand, then maybe I would use the Aluber to keep the Albaz on the board. Because you want to have the goal is I want to have Albaz on the board when the Cartesia and the 3 champions of the Sword Soul are on deck. So should be fine here, right? Special summon this. All right, same old, same old. Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2. Imagine having a Fenrir on the board and your opponent's holding a Griffo. Yeah, go ahead and activate it. Go ahead, do it. Go ahead and do it, man. Let's look at Griffo one more time. Right? Discard this card. Set 1 quick play spell or trap that mentions Light and Darkness ritual from your deck. So, yeah, obviously, they would have to be careful how they use that card, because if they activate a monster effect before they get to use the Ritual of Light and Darkness, the Mind Shuffle, I could just banish their Mind Shuffle, so they have to be really careful. They should be able to play around it, but they have to play around it. They have to. All right, so what are we doing here? We're dumping you. Wow, we have so many monsters on the board, man. It's crazy. Hold up. Should we just actually get them a courier? I think we just get them a courier. I think we just get them a courier in this case. All right, so that's kind of funny. Let's go ahead and make the 3 champions of Sword Soul. We're gonna dump this, and we're gonna dump you, and we're gonna put this on the board here. And now we're gonna activate the effect. Chainlink 1, 3 champions. Chainlink 2, or you can do the reverse if you need to. I'm gonna special summon the Fallen Albaz from the graveyard because we're gonna go get the Cartesia from the deck. And now when we make our red Albion, we have the bird on the board. It's crazy. Isn't that fun, guys? All right. Okay, and now we're gonna activate this. We have so many cards on the board, man. This is crazy. We gotta clear this. We gotta do something about this. Up, you and you. Okay, so I need to put you. My God, we have a Fallen Virtuous here, so at least we're okay. But this could be one of those scenarios where like we have too much clogged up if we had sequenced it badly, right? So I'm going to get the Mirrorjade because we have the. I definitely am going to go for Mirrorjade here instead because we have that Mercury on the board. I want that to be useful during the end phase. Okay, cool. All right, so we're going to go ahead and use this now. And we're going to pop this red Albion here. Get rid of that. Now, in this case, this Titaniclad is not going to special summon a monster, okay? We're going to put something in our hand instead. Because we need the Synchro Monster to... we need to have a place for the Synchro Monster to return. Right? We could set the Branded Opening... But we can also use it as a discard for Albaz's effect. So, that's also fine. If I had a copy of Fair, I would definitely set the opening, though. Alright, so we're going to bring this back. So I don't accidentally do something dumb. Activate a card. We have a bunch of effects to trigger. Wow. Back to the hand. We'll use Titaniclad, and we're going to add a card to our hand here. Now, since we don't have access to Albaz anymore, I am 1000% putting the Fallen of the White Dragon in my hand. And now this Dogma Dragon can get something. I could add the Ecclesia to my hand too. I could do that. Let's add the Fallen Virtuous. And we'll go ahead and use this card. And I'm going to want to send... I'm going to want Retribution set. Because I want to be able to get that Dogma Dragon available for usage. Like in this build, we're only running one Dogma Dragon. If we were running two, then I probably would still set the Fallen Virtuous. Right? Anything we're missing here? And that's the turn. Okay, so yeah, so what we have here, we have a Mirrorjade. We have double banish with the Mirrorjade because the Cartesia is there. We can go into quite a few options here. We can go into Lubellion into something if we wanted to. We can go into Dogma Dragon here if we wanted to. We have Albaz here, so we can go into a double Dark Fusion monster. We could use the Cartesia to open up an extra spot and turn this Mirrorjade and the Cartesia into a Mixuzia, right? Mixuzia. Then, if we do want to have access to the hyper-invoked Aeon, how will we do that? That's the question. I think we would have to do a line with our Albaz interruptions to lead into Lubellion, if we really want to do that. We don't have to do that. We can just simply go into Confounder and then go into something else, right? Interesting. If we had set the Fallen and Virtuous, this would have been easier, because we could set then we could send either the Queritus or the Lubellion for the light attribute monster necessary to make this a double banish. Right? We also have obviously the Fenrir, right? So another card's getting banished face down. We have the Mercurier. Quem's gonna reborn the Mirrorjade. We have a counter. We have a discard to protect our monsters, fusion monsters anyway, from destruction if we need to. With the OG Albaz. This could literally be whatever we want. Basically at this point. You know. Maybe another copy of the Springen's Kit. We have the Aluber in the graveyard for another negation if they get rid of our fusion monsters. We have the Rinbrum here to reborn an Albaz, which we would, you know, theoretically fuse with the Cartesia to send it to the graveyard, right? To make something here. Probably Lubellion, honestly. Not gonna lie. Of course, we would have to most likely create an extra spot on the board. So this Mercurier probably is going to be the thing that has to be used first to create the room to get the Lubellion out and make sure we have room for other things too. Because I'm thinking Lubellion would take the place of the Mirrorjade here. And then the Mirrorjade gets special summoned by the Quem placed on the left side. So, and this will be on the board still. So we'll need this off the board by negating a monster effect first. Okay. You have a lot of stuff here. A lot of it's, you know, the thing about Branded and the way it does its interactions, it's like a web. It's like all interconnected. So you gotta be really careful how you order your connections, your interactions, or you're gonna mess things up. But I like the fact that the Fenrir is here, just staring menacingly. Let's go to a regular Branded build, dude. Let's go do a regular Branded build. Right? Most of you guys are probably doing something like this anyway. Test. Wow, that's cool. 2 super polys. Okay, we have like nothing in our hand. Okay. Man, that's crazy. You know, this is partly the reason why I've always liked larger decks, like 45 minimum in most of my builds. I always felt like 16, 17, I saw this happen too often. 16, 17 starters, quote unquote. I saw this way too often where I will get nothing. Or like even the ones that ran like 15, 14 and a lot of hand traps, I was like, how do you play the game? Yeah, you got a lot of interruptions, hand traps and stuff like that, but then they just need one to stop you. But that's just my personal opinion. Anyway, we're gonna reset that. I hate it when hands do that, but that's a great going second hand though, isn't it? That's a great going second hand. Oh, this is pretty fly hand here. Now, very interesting here. I could go Branded in high spirits here and send the Fallen of the White Dragon. The reason why I would consider doing that is if we do the Sam Jang combo, we will not have an Albaz in the graveyard during the end phase. But if I have high spirits and Walbaz, for example, then we mitigate that. We don't have that issue. So I'm actually going to do this. And if they stop it, who cares? If they ash this, then good. You know, so it doesn't matter to me. All right, so we're going to send this. And in this case, we'll just send, we'll send Titanic Lad. And I'm going to get the other Walbaz here. And I'm going to activate this. And I'm going to send the red Albion this time. So I don't even need to do the end phase setup where the Fallen and Virtuous is going to pop my red Albion. I can just send it to the graveyard anyway, right? And not use my my Dogma Dragons. Although, maybe we still do that, actually. Maybe we still send the Dogma Dragon. Because we could probably have the Titanic Lad, red Albion, Dogma Dragon, and probably the Rimbram going to hit the graveyard too. We'll do Dogma Dragon, right? Yeah, we'll do that. Let's see how that looks. So we activate that. We're going to do the full thing. 1 card combo. Very nice. Now, like I said before, since we have an extra copy of Walbaz, we're in a much better position to we're not forced to have the Ecclesia Synchro resolve. You know what I mean? Like that's like a major choke point in that line. You know what I mean? There's no perfect line, by the way. There really isn't. They're just gonna be choke points no matter what. And you choose what you want to go through based on what you think you are playing around, right? Sometimes you want to adjust your line, though, to do something else. Maybe you're worried about, like, you look at your hand, you go, oh man, this specific hand trap will completely screw me over, so I'm going to play around that. All right, so in this imaginary scenario, they did not Ash Blossom my High Spirits. They didn't Ash Blossom my Fallen of the White Dragon. They probably are not going to Ash Blossom, and they didn't Imperm my Ecclesia. So let's take those hand traps out of the equation in terms of what we're playing around. So, because they could have Imperm or Veiler the Ecclesia, which I would have 100% most likely had done too. But, so what else is there? Ghost Bell, Ghost Ogre maybe? Alright, so we're going to have this Chain Link 1 and have this Chain Link 2, so that way this is blocked. Right? And we're going to dump the Tri-Brigade Spring's Kit. Special summon this. Okay, and now, if they use the Ghost Bell on this, the Tri-Brigade Spring's Kit, with this particular hand, we have a Fav follow-up to bring it out on the board, because we do want to keep this Quem on the board. But even if we don't want to do that, we can just go set Nadir Servant and be totally fine. Right? You also have that option as well. Bring that back. Cool. I'm going to Chainlink 1 the Quem this time. And Reborn the Albaz. And in Chainlink 2 the Champions of Swordsoul, because we've already, in this example, they had plenty of times to Ashe. They had plenty of times to Imperm. Veiler. Ogre. Didn't do it yet. So we're trying to play around the Bell now. Which their only time they could have really messed with us. Like, actually, they could have bailed us on the Ecclesia too. So there's just those examples. But some people play weird with their hand traps, you know. Some people play weird with hand traps. Alright, we'll grab this. Bring back the Albaz. Alright. And there goes the same situation. Now, we still gonna get the red Albion on the board. We're gonna still pop it with the Fallen and Virtuous. And you're gonna have the same board as we've been showing before. Except this time, after we banish this Albion, this white Albaz, we'll still have one in the graveyard. So when we go Fallen and Virtuous to pop the red Albion on the board, we're sending the Rinbrim. So now, if they stop our Ecclesia Synchro from getting OG Albaz, we have a backup plan. Right? And we don't have the Mercurier in, we don't have the Mercurier available to, well, this will get us the Mercurier, actually. Alright. But if we could have potentially just, maybe just use the Rinbrim to get access to OG Albaz, and then that leaves open the Ecclesia to get the Mercurier for constant negates every single turn. Just keep on bringing that back. Like, once you get to the point where you're making this board so easily, sometimes the best thing to do with the Ecclesia Synchro is just constantly bring back Mercurier every turn. You don't need to have like a OP board that's impossible to break. Like, Branded does best when the board can bend but not break. You know what I mean? Like, they chip through it, they break up pieces of it, but like chunks of, like, little pieces of it are still around, and that's all it needs. And all of a sudden that's all you need. And then all of a sudden you're you know, you got the same board back all over again. You got like 5 cards back in your hand. It's really annoying if you're playing against Branded, I guess. Oh, it couldn't be me. Couldn't be me not playing Branded, I guess. Let's do this. So the same things before. And I feel like people had the assumption that because I liked the Hyper Invoked Aeon a lot, that I would never be doing the Sam Jing route. And I'm like, no. No, we're still doing it. We're still doing it. Oftentimes, sometimes I'll do it. Sometimes I won't do it. You know, flexibility, right? I do have a concern about that one Albaz being banished, but that's about it. It's a really good concern, though. But yeah, I could probably just pop this immediately with the thing, but whatever. Actually, maybe I'll just make Mixuzi here. No, we'll make Mirrorjade here because I'm trying to show. Trying to specifically show the one Albaz still in the graveyard. So I need a spring of a board, bends and jumps back. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it does. Right? It takes hits, it keeps on coming, right? That's kind of like Albaz's journey in a sense. He keeps on going through hardship, but he keeps on bouncing back, never giving up. I think that's probably why they built it that way, right? Like, the guy goes through hell, but he still comes back. He still comes back. I feel like, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. All right, what are we doing here? Okay. So, yeah, so I like how we have the Retribution here still. The Retribution is interesting that we have in our hand, because that means what we'll probably do with the Red Albion, we'll get the branded opening, right? During the end phase instead. Crazy. We could use Nadir's Servant. We actually can use Nadir's Servant and put another monster in the graveyard. The only thing is, I don't want to put any more monsters in the graveyard, right? Like, we're already going to put the Rinbrum in the graveyard with the Fav. I'm not trying to put any more monsters in the graveyard. I really don't want to. Actually, if we were going Mixuzia, I might do it actually and put one of these monsters in the graveyard. That's crazy. All right, go to end phase. So that was all the same stuff before, guys. It's literally the same thing. And you can see, like, all these different hands essentially lead to the same thing, right? The easiest way to, like, have this flexibility in your combo lines is just think of each... Don't think of it as, like, one large combo. Think of it as, like, pieces. You know what I mean? Like, it's like... I don't know. How would I best describe it? Like a Kit Kat bar, basically. You know? Like, we know what the full combo is, but... it's easier to consume if you break it into pieces first. It's easier to consume and enjoy that way. Like, when's the last time you saw a person try to, like, eat a Kit Kat with, like, as the full bar? You know what I mean? They always break it up. Like, that's literally what you're supposed to do. It's like, that's what they promote, right? And anything in life, you want to break it up into small pieces if you want to achieve the whole goal, right? It makes it easier on your brain. We're gonna activate this. I'm trying to see if this will give me random cards or random hands where it is kind of semi-awkward, right? And then we can kind of talk about, like, how to, like, figure that out. Excuse me. So we could send the Rinbrum here. And technically, which is really funny, we can, because we have a second Fav, right? On the next turn, we could send either the Queritus or the Lubellion and turn the Mirrorjade and the Cartesia into, what'd I just do? Whatever. I just sent that by accident. But you get the picture. That's not supposed to be that. But, we can use the Fallen Virtuous to send, like, the Queritus, Lubellion, Queritus, Lubellion, or Rinbrum. We probably would send Rinbrum here first, just so that way they're not, like, hip to what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Because some people don't run Mixuzia for some reason, right? I didn't mean to send that Red Albion, okay? Pretend that's a Rinbrum, okay? And then we have the full combo here, right? It's just, you guys know what this is about. You guys seen this before. Right, Red Albion. I'm actually going to add this card to my hand to have an extra discard. So we're going to put this brand opening in my hand. If we had Thera in our hand, this would definitely get set, though. And then we'll do this. Try to do the Dogma Dragon first. Before you go Red Albion, by the way. So you can use this Mercurier to potentially stop, like, a random hand trap. Random nonsense in the end phase. You know what I mean? You kind of want to get this in your hand as early as possible in this setup, because if they're not paying attention, they, you know, and they don't discard their Griffo in time, then, you know, that's an issue for them. We're gonna put this in our hand. We have plenty of cards in our hand, to be honest. It's really nice. Eating a Kit Kat bar horizontally. Did you just try to find a way to, like, destroy my analogy? Was it that important to you? That was so important for you to, like, destroy my analogy. You guys saw that, right? That's crazy. That's crazy they did that. We didn't even activate Titaniclad, by the way. Did we not activate Titaniclad? Yeah, we did activate Titaniclad. Okay. So that's the same board. We actually, if we use our... So that first card, this, like I said before, this second Albion was accident. You want to send the Rinbrim here, so you have easy access to this Albaz in the graveyard. And then when you use Fallen the Virtuous again, you can send this card or this card, because they both mention Fallen Albaz, so that when you use your Cartesia to start looping the Mirrorjade, you make Mixuzia, and then Mixuzia can banish itself and one of these light fusion monsters. You probably want to do the Lubellion, to be honest. It's because Lubellion, I'm noticing, is one of those fusion monsters that gets used the least nowadays. I still think it's useful to have. It's too important with too many dark monsters flying around to not have this, right? But it is objectively one of the least used fusion monsters nowadays. So you send this with the Fallen Virtuous. Your Cartesia and your Mirrorjade makes Mixuzia. Your Mixuzia banishes itself and the Searing Dragon to make Hyper-Invoked Aeon non-target banish too. Probably from the graveyard at this point, to be honest with you guys. I probably just completely use both of these cards. I mean, both its effect, I mean, to just banish 2 cards from the graveyard. That's like really important. Like if I see them have like a Skull Archfiend, you know what I mean? Oh, you got a Skull Archfiend, you got a Ritual Light and Darkness chilling in there. Most of these Rolad decks, they run 1 Rolad. I mean, you know, Ritual of Light and Darkness. Probably will run 2 Skull Archfiend, which I have the Retribution and I have the Mercurier for. So, but I'll banish the other one, right? Simple things like that. And then if they play some janky cards that aren't light and dark, I have the Hyper-Invoked Aeon to turn them all into dark monsters, right? Or any attribute, actually. Which can come up in certain decks where they need certain attributes to fuse into specific things, right? So if I say my opponent's trying to make Dogma Dragon, I go Hyper-Invoked Aeon, declare Wind. All my monsters are now Wind. Right? So they can't at least make Dogma Dragon the traditional way. They can still make Mirrorjade, and I probably would be popping this with like a Fallen and Virtuous. But let's say I'm in a situation where my Fallen and the Virtuous is gone. I can't use it. It's gone. They got rid of it. I used it for something. Then they go, boom, Albaz, time to make Dogma Dragon. The worst thing I could have, even worse than a Mirrorjade for a branded player, is having to deal with another tower, and I'm forced to use my towers to like trade with it. So I'll go Hyper-Invoked Aeon, turn all of my monsters into Wind, turn all my monsters into Divine because I'm fancy like that. You know what I mean? And now they can't make Dogma Dragon. They make something else. They'll have to make something else. Probably a Mirrorjade, which is fine because my Mirrorjade will just pop their board, you know, whatever. It's just things like that more people will think of more and more as the weeks go on, right? When this card first came out, me included, I was only thinking about the 3 material effect, and then thinking about it more, I was like, no, the 2 material effect is great by itself. I don't need to even do the 3 material effect most of the time anyway, unless I'm going second. Unless I'm going game 2 going first, or game 3 going first, I know that they need certain extra deck cards. Then I'll try to go for 3 material Aeon. You know, it doesn't automatically win the game, but it like severely limits their ability to keep up with me and my grind game. All right, and that's something people don't think about, which I think is cool. So it's the worst economy fallback. Eating a Kit Kat bar. Eating a Kit Kat bar horizontally is the worst economy fallback, or maybe I'm reading 2 different comments wrong. Playing Lubellion is useful for raking cash tier and any other macro floodgate. Exactly, right? No, you 100% should keep running that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. One of the reasons why I ran Chaos Star Source was because it was something I could bounce back to Lubellion and another dragon to easily make and pop 2. That's why I was a little adverse to going into Borlo, but a lot of our combos put Red Albion and Titanclad in the graveyard, so it's not impossible for us to accomplish. You know what I mean? It actually isn't a big deal. Sometimes I still think about running like Lubellion and Borreload, but this is just way stronger than its floor is stronger than Chaos Star Source's ceiling. Right? Yeah. I can't wait for this card in Master Duel, not gonna lie, man. I love this card. It's one of my favorite cards to like make. But the thing is, you have to not tunnel vision into this. You need to be able to use Mixuzia and be like, okay, I'm not gonna make this. I'm gonna pivot into Mirrorjade or pivot into Borlo Fury or some other card, right? Pivot into Dogma Dragon. I have to be okay with that, right? And a lot of people are gonna tunnel visioning into like your new shiny toy is like a common thing in Yu-Gi-Oh anyway. Just learn to play around, like be aware of that. That's all. I was talking about Lubellion, but forgot its interaction with Floodgates. Yeah. Worst economy fallback. Okay, I got you. So during the worst of times, we can fall back on the Lubellion. Now I get what you're saying. Let's try another pure branded random hand here. Yay! Look at this. This is one of my favorite lines to do. So we're gonna go ahead and do Branded High Spirits. We're gonna send Cockatourium, and we're gonna dump that and add to hand the Springens Kit. It's one of my favorite fun lines to do, and it's so good, bro. It's so good because you just play around, you just play through so many hand traps when you do this. As long as this, of course, doesn't get negated, you know. But even if that gets negated, you have Cockatourium, which Imperm Veiler doesn't not care about. So this is actually a pretty resilient line, right? So we're gonna go into the main phase here. We played over through Droll by doing this during the draw. I mean, doing this mad early too. So, all right. So now we're gonna special summon the kit because we have a fusion in the graveyard. Very, very nice. Special summon this. And we're gonna activate this effect. Now, it's almost irrelevant what they do about this, right? It's almost irrelevant. I can get any fusion card I want, any branded card I want here. I can get a Fav. Probably getting a Fav is the best option at this point, because there will be a scenario where they may try to imperm something later on, then you can use this to dodge, and you'll have another body on the board still, so you can still synchro summon into Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, right? And I'll show you that point in a second. So we got this. I'm gonna put the Full Loss away. I'm gonna put it away. All right. So now we did that. We're gonna go ahead and activate this Burb, tribute the kit, and special summon Cockatourium. And now we're gonna activate the Cockatourium's effect. And we're going to banish the Mercurier, and now we have our access to the White Dragon. It's time to search for the White Boy. All right. Man. There's an LA Lakers joke in there somewhere, but I'm going to let it go. All right, so we're going to activate the effect of White Dragon, and this is the same exact combo, or the same exact setup, sending the Titaniclad first. Worst case scenario, if you have to stop here because they like full lost you or whatever, you don't have an Ash or a Droll, then at least you can have the Titaniclad get you an Ecclesia or a Quem during the end phase. So there's that. All right, let's special summon. And this is why it's so good for me when I run my Kashtira branded build, because either the Kashtira, Fenrir, or the Cockatourium, they special summon themselves onto the board, or they create a scenario where I get an extra body that gives me extra flexibility in how I want to fusion or synchro things away. So we're gonna go do that. I always assume my opponent has Ash. Well, if my opponent had Ash in this scenario, they 1000% would have used it on my High Spirits, unless they're dumb. Well, I don't know. Like, what would you do? Actually, that's not. Let me take that back. Maybe that's a bit too harsh. Some of them might let you do High Spirits, so they can try to Ash the Incredible Ecclesia. My problem with that is, even if you Ash the Ecclesia, it's still on the board. You still allowed them a dump from the extra deck, right? You still allowed them to send an extra deck monster to the graveyard. So that's super inefficient. You want to cut them off at the head. So if you're going to use your hand traps against Branded and they go High Spirits, unfortunately, even if that's a bait, you gotta Ash it, right? Because it's also dumping materials, right? It does too much by itself. It does more than just one thing. It does like 2 things, 3 things technically, if you let the end phase effect go through the monster they sent. So like, you gotta Ash it, bro. You have to. Like, best case scenario, I don't know what the best case scenario for is. That's why I don't like these low impact hand traps. Not gonna lie, guys. After I started playing Branded with these new cards so much, I really started not liking low impact hand traps, because I'm like, I play through it so easily. I literally have to have a shitty hand for them to have a 2-3 hand trap hand like destroy me. I have to have a shitty hand. If I have a normal hand, and this is why I built my deck so that my 45 card deck has like this kind of like, I think let me go back here real quick, because like this is like the deck I want to play in locals like this week. Like this is a 1 card white Albaz line. We know about the Alubers. That's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. This gets me into High Spirits. This gets me into Branded Fusion, right? So I count that as starters. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19. This is 20, right? And then 21 is the Wraithsoth. So like, this is a super, not 221, damn it. Okay, like, look at this. Like, this is a 96% chance to open starters. Like, I have more starters in my deck than most people, like, than half of other people's normal decks, right? And I have a, hold on a second, and double starters, 78%. I'm playing through 2 hand traps almost 8 out of my 10 games, right? And then 43% of the time I'm having 3 starters. So this is what the Cartesia version of the deck opens up for me, because my issue, and a lot of people's issue with the 45 card builds, is that you have to be really careful what the next 5 cards are, because you want to be able, because typically a 45, 50, 60 card deck, they are great going first because you have so much extension afterwards, but they're terrible when you're going second a lot of the times, because you have less density of non-engine, right, to break boards. So with Cartesia, these are starters with the Arsenal Falcon, but they're also board breakers, right? I'm adding 4 board breakers and 4 starters at the same time. So that's why I like that. And even if I didn't want, I could actually make this a smaller deck list. Like if I took out the Springen's Kit, for example, and maybe I sided the Droll and Lockbirds for whatever reason, this is a 42 card deck. A 42 card deck with 20 starters. So you can make this a 42 card deck if you like siding Drolls. So yeah. What are we doing here? Oh, we're activating this? Cool. There he is, my favorite white boy. That's crazy. I thought my favorite white boy right now is Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves, Luka. Yo, let's go Lakers. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna stop. I apologize to everyone. This will be uploaded to my channel, so. Man, how many Lakers fans in the chat? All right. So as you can see, like all roads lead to freaking Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon at this point, right? Okay, my Quem. And we're just to emphasize this again, what the extra body does for us, which is why I prefer Cocktatorium over the gold sarcophagus, right? Notice how no one's talking about Starly Safer anymore, by the way, guys. Have you guys noticed that? No one's bringing that up anymore. People were like, I think I prefer Seyfried over Cocktatorium. Remember that? And then, you know, it took some time, and then we realized that, you know, that was probably not the right play. We're going to do this Chain Link 1 and Chain Link 2. Depending on what I'm more worried about, right? Send the Tribegate Springens kit. Look at this. Look at all these bodies on the board, man. Look at this. Let the bodies hit the floor. Are you serious? So many, like, we could do literally whatever we want. Oh, man. Let's go ahead and just Synchro Summon, man. Like, sometimes it feels like, I have too many bodies, right? Because then I'll Chain Link 1, and then if you wanted to, this setup actually lets you run a third Synchro monster. So if I wanted to take my one Dogma and maybe turn that into a Stardust Dragon, or a Visas Amritara, or maybe the new Stardust Dragon when it comes out, then you can make that, right? You can make that happen. In this case, we probably just bring back the Springens kit, because I want the Ecclesia in my hand for additional discarding. So we'll go ahead and activate this. We'll bring back the Ecclesia. No, sorry. We'll bring back the kit. So now what this gives us is some extra defensive utility, because if they get rid of this, then I threaten bringing out a big monster from my graveyard. So, such a great card, honestly. It really is. Been pulling for the alt arts, because pretty last pack gave me a... Wait, Cocktatorium? I still want the, I still am trying to get every one of my cards to be, I'm still trying to get every one of my cards to be, at least the ultra rares, to be royal rare in Master Duel. It's been rough. I don't have any, I'm basically running on empty at this point. Now, let's see here. I'm gonna just do this. I'll bring this here. And now, here's the problem I just realized. If I bring out the kit, if I want to bring out the kit like this, then where's my Dogmatic Ecclesia going to go? So I think I'm going to have to actually just banish this anyway. I'm going to have to banish this. I like the Mixuzia line. So we're going to take this... what else we got? Do we want to banish the Golden Sword Soul? Yeah, we do. We do, 100%. Alright, and then we'll banish the Tribegate Springens kit. I'm going to do that. Right. Activate this. I think it's pretty much always going to be Divine for me, to be honest, right? I think we always pick Divine here. Yeah, I think I think that is the case, actually. All right, I want the Albaz still in my graveyard, so I'm gonna keep it there. I'm gonna set you and set you. Cool. End phase. Let's see what we got here. So this goes in our hand for a discard for a Super Poly. This goes back on the board. Titanic Clad. Get that on the board. Special summon the Ecclesia. I've seen some Chaos decks run Ecclesia and the Fleur de Lis. right? I interested in that. Like, what do you guys think about that? I think that's a pretty interesting thought. I think maybe I'll side the Fleur-de-Lis if I make the Chaos deck, right? Now in this case, we have the Burb banished already. So do we even want to send the Dragon Devours to Dogma? What would we want to send? We could still do it and get a card in our hand, like a Fav in our hand for an extra discard if we need to. We do want another card for Albaz and then the Super Poly. So yeah, we still send that. Yeah, we still send that, guys. Right? Yeah, we just grabbed this. We just went through. We just basically got 3 Favs in rotation off of this hand. So we have the Fav already. Super Poly. I think we just set Retribution here. Right? Okay, so we have a discard for Super Poly. We have a discard for Albaz. We have a draw on Lockbird to screw them over if they search. We have access to Mirrorjade with Mixuzia. We also have access to OG Albaz with the Ecclesia, the Dark Dragon. Right? We have the Rinbrum, the special summon the OG, the Walbaz to get OG Albaz, Ecclesia into, Walbaz into Ecclesia into OG Albaz. So that's great for us if we have backup. We could potentially, if we make Dogma Dragon early enough before we use Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, we could send back the Tri-Brigade Mercurier along with the Rinbrum. And then we can use Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon to special summon the Mercurier from the deck. That might be what we should do. So, assuming that this obviously depends on Albaz resolving its effect. Right? But honestly, that might not be the worst option. That's probably a better option to what most people are doing. Fleur-de-Lis is good, but that's a going second build. Yeah, I think so. The reason why I think they were running the Chaos branded builds, right, from what I'm seeing right now, is when they use a Dear Servant, they'll special summon the Dogmatic Ecclesia, and then this will search for the Fleur-de-Lis, right? Notice how it's level 8. So it's level 8, they special summon it to Monster Negate, and then they use the Mind Shuffle to put it back in the hand, and then bring out their boss monster. So technically, it's good to have going first as well as going second, right? So that's one of the reasons why the Dear Servant's so good in the Chaos decks, especially the ones that incorporate some of the branded stuff, which you probably should be. So I actually vibe with that idea, because that way you have multiple cards that you can loop with the Mind Shuffle that give you extreme value, which is the Harmonia and the Fleur-de-Lis, right? Especially if you already have access to the Fallen and Virtuous. By the way, this is the build I want to test. Once I learn more about the deck, actually. I'm running the Springens kit in this particular build because I want a way to get to Branded Fusion outside of just my Aluber, and I added the extra Aluber for the flexibility because I am running a lot of branded cards. 2 Aluber, 1 opening, and then I have my High Spirits that can get me into the kit, and the Fallen the White Dragon as well. So, plus this kit can recover a Fallen the Virtuous, so there's that flexibility that I'm talking about there. So yeah, this is kind of what I'm trying to test here. I gotta practice the deck. I still haven't even practiced it yet. I just built it. I did a lot of research on like what I want the deck to be, and this is a 45 version. I'm still trying to see, like, do people run 40? Like, is there a way to do this and make this a 40 card build? I don't know yet. Cause there's a lot of 3-ofs here I don't want to like lower, but maybe I'll lower a Harmonia to 2 or 1. I don't know, because I am running the Magnamut, so technically I can search for it with the Magnamut. I might drop a Harmonia to get this to 40 or 44 something. Maybe drop 1 Aluber, 1 kit, 1 Harmonia. That'll be 43. I mean, that'll be 42. And I don't know what to do with the rest of it to get it down to 40. So you guys let me know what you think in the chat. But yeah. So yeah, that's let's go to the main phase. Are we in the main phase already? No, we're not. We're not. Let's go ahead. So as you can see, we can activate this. We have the light. We don't have the light monster in the graveyard to make it, to make the hyper invoked Aeon, but we do have the Fall and the Virtuous to dump a light material for it. So yeah, all right. I think that's it for this particular video that I'm gonna post later. Just me just chatting with the chat and just messing around with hands. So you're practicing with Josh's list. Send me Josh's. Actually, you can't send me Josh's list. I don't have a Discord. That's great. Oh, I am in Galzo's Discord. So if you want to post the deck list there and at me, yeah. I just don't have my own Discord, man. I don't feel like having a Discord, man. I ain't all that. I'm not all that, man. So, but yeah, let's see what some of the comments are saying before I get out of here with this particular video. Then we're gonna play some Master Duel. The thing is that any Ash to Branded has to be to the head of the play, and all can be baits. Yeah, that's kind of the issue. That's why some people are like kind of iffy on Ash. They still run it though, because it's still good. I feel like it's more of a result of they don't know what else to do. Like, is there another option that's better? I mean, can you run Impulse? I guess. Okay, you know, which the Rollout deck can run Impulse, so that's really good on their part. Which I'm not even running Impulse. That's crazy. Maybe if I wasn't doing the branded part, I would run Impulse. Not to mention that some of the starters can still do some starting after getting hand trap. Well, I mean, that's just part of how good Branded is now, right? Hand trap resilience. Fleur-de-lis is good, but that's I talked about that one already. Practicing with Josh's list. By the way, Brandon, I have thought a little and figured Sprint is actually a crazy good target. The Iron Dash Dragon? What? Let's pull it up. It is a Fallen Albaz plus an effect monster special summon this turn during your main phase. You can move this card. You control it to another one of your monster zones. You can destroy all cards. It's probably too slow. That effect needed to be a quick effect, and I would be totally down. It's too slow in the Rolad format, right? I think so. I think it's too slow in this format, but I could be wrong. Also, the issue with Branded right now is that we're getting a bunch of really good fusion monsters and not enough space to run them all. So I don't know what you're taking out to make that work. His list is online. He's literally using it on WCQ right now. We might have to go look for that later then. I'll wait till after the WCQ is over. I would love to have a stream next week where we react to the matches. If they ask to synchro, you get a bunch more combos. Yeah, I mean, with a decent Branded hand, you're basically between a rock and a hard place. You just gotta hope they don't have the extension. Which to be fair, a lot of Branded lists are run with the 16, 17 card starter list. So when you're running a 16, and some of them are even lower than that, man. Like, I don't know what people are doing with that. I think you run a lot more normally than what people are doing. Like, typically they run like 17 or even 16. I've seen some run 14 because 90% is good enough for them. But like, if you want to play through hand traps, you're not going to see it nearly enough. You know what I mean? Like 16 is like the bare minimum for me, right? But I prefer 17 because that way at least 7 out of your 10 matches, you get double starter, which is what my list is. My 40 card list is. Sprint is not what you fuse with. Wait. I'm sorry. What are you talking about here? Read the second part. during the end phase of this card's in your graveyard because it was sent there this turn. You can add to your hand a special summon a Springen's monster or a Fallen Albaz from your deck. I mean, I knew that part. I'm just talking about the first effect is too slow. It needed to be a quick effect. Right? You're not taking out Borlo Furious Dragon, for example, right? In order to run this. The thing with Sprin is that it ain't doing anything when it drops or for a while if it's on the opponent's turn. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Borload is an immediate threat. So you're not taking out Borlo for it. Once Mixuzia comes out, it's an immediate threat during the opponent's main phase at least. You know what I mean? This is an immediate threat. This is a threat immediately on summon. You know what I mean? If you look at all the cards here, almost all the cards are immediately doing something upon the summon, right? Or immediately present a threat the opponent has to play around. The only card that doesn't do that is 3 Champions of Sword Soul going second, right? Because it's not a quick effect like target a card and negate it, right? But I still like it, and it's so good that you run it anyway. I will cut down to 40 with only 1 Ecclesia the Virtuous. Wait, what are you talking about? Which deck are you talking about? Are you talking about the Chaos Branded one? Well, I mean, are you talking about that? Because, if you're talking about just in general, bro, nah, I don't think we do that. I think we want to have 2 right now. We're in a format where Branded and Rollout will banish the crap out of your cards. So why would you allow them to have an easier time cutting you off from your main lines? You know what I mean? They banish 1. If you have 1 Incredible Ecclesia and they banish it, your grind game, your resource loop is debilitated, and you have to make like adjustments and move resources where they should be going somewhere else to like restore that loop, which typically means you have to get Dogma out. And if they know you have to get Dogma out to reestablish that loop, then they could play around that. If we had more extra deck space, Sprint might fit. If we had more extra deck space, I would not be adding Sprint to it anyway. I would be adding like Chaos Star Source, maybe a second Mirrorjade, maybe another Synchro monster. Double Grand Guignol, you know? Or Guignol, I don't know. You guys like Gwigs? It's more consistency piece, yeah. Alright, let me go ahead and end this video. It's like almost an hour and a half. Let me just do that. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys have fun, you know, just chilling with us. If you want to join our streams where we're just yapping and playing Branded and just testing hands, definitely subscribe to the channel so you don't miss when we have these streams. The schedule is a little too uneven. Right now, it's hard with my job. But, you know, we'd love to have you there. Love to see you. All right, take care of yourself until the next time, where we have another conversation about Branded. All right, let's play some Master Duel. I'm ready for some Master Duel now, guys. Don't know if we'll play it for too long, but we will definitely do that, I guess. And I think I'm gonna remove the music. We'll pause the music here. Let me check my deck here real quickly. 45. This is my 45 card build. Didn't I try to make it like a... Let me check this. Didn't I make this like 42? Yeah, I did. Okay. Annoying. Alright, this is not the Kashtira build. What happened here? Alright, we're taking these out. Oh yeah, I was trying multiple Synchro monsters in the build. We're definitely not doing that now. We're definitely not doing that now because we want to run the other guy. Dude, we could get away with one. We could get away with one Dogma Dragon. but do we want to? Alright, so I think we're going to try... Get rid of that, by the way. I think for right now, we're going to try, instead of Santa Claus, we'll probably just put Ash Blossom in there instead. Right, we'll double up on Ash Blossom with this 40 card build. Oh, whoa, actually, I don't have room to... Well, actually, I could make room, actually. I could actually do that. We could still do Kashtira Branded. Yeah, we can still do that. Always good at talk, some best deck talk. Exactly. It's fun. Nah, Lady Ecclesia gonna be doing too much to risk having no backup. Yeah, bro, do you think Branded is still good without the Chaos pack? I think only add Pharaoh 1 in the main, 3 pot in the side. What do you think? Greetings from Mexico. Yo, what's up? El Papi. Yeah, you don't have to. No, Chaos Branded is interesting, but there is some deck building things you have to like do without, right? There's some like there's the problem with the Chaos build with Branded is that both decks have an extensive library of cards that want to take a huge portion of the main deck. So inevitably, no matter what version of Branded Chaos you build, there's going to be parts of it that you want to play that are really good that you're not going to be able to play because you just don't have the room. That being said, it is a good deck because the Branded part's really good, the Chaos part's really good, and there is some internet connectivity there. So whether that's going to be the best version of it, or the Azamina version of it, or maybe some type of Mitsurugi version of it down the line when they get new support, who knows? You know. I was more interested in trying Chaos as its own deck pure, to be honest. Especially if we get some of these fusion monsters, right? Because then I'm probably gonna I want to do an Angelic Key Chaos deck actually. I think Angelic Key Chaos is actually busted. But I'm not sure how I would accomplish that yet. I haven't really delved too much into it. Anyways, we're gonna try. Let's try this. Actually, let me take a quick break and then we'll jump into Master Duel. Okay, be right back. It's so hot out here, Nelly intensifies. How dare you bring Nelly back? How dare you? You should be ashamed of yourself. All right, guys. Thank you for joining the stream. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Like, help the channel grow. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I was just thinking about it. Like, it's a little bit better right now because it's like night where I'm at. I think if I'm gonna do any streams, I'm gonna have to probably push it to nighttime, because it's like really hot where I'm at right now. Like in the mornings and in the evening and like the afternoon, it's unbearable. It's literally unbearable. So yeah, I think that we're gonna have to do that from now on. I don't even know if the streams will be that long, maybe like 2 hours max, because I have to do other things too. But who knows? I'm having a longer stream today because I kind of just was yapping, and it ended up being the case. Also, I am looking to see if I can get like an upgrade to my PNG here. I'm looking into it. I'm gonna have to look into some options to see what I can do with my my PNG. Thank you, bro. I'm returning to the game after like 16 years. Wow, player since Blue Eyes. Wow, you played so many different card games. You were a judge for Pokemon? Studying the game again, studying the deck because I really already built it? Nice. Reason why I play one Ecclesia with Virtue is because I run Branded Sword. Reason why I run one Ecclesia? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't seem like a good enough reason to do one Ecclesia. Not gonna lie. Okay, so let's see. If we go into Starving Venom, how do we typically go through it in our board? We want to have the Mirrorjade and a Dark Monster fuse into this typically, so that way we can loop it in our normal boards. Then this will negate something, turn it dark, and then we use this effect to fuse with itself and another monster on their board, or monsters on our board when they respawn, and we make another boss monster off of it. Most likely Dogma Dragon, right? Probably Dogma Dragon's the best option, right? The thing is, that requires us having Albaz on the board constantly, because we have to have it once. Let me think. Yeah, the problem with that is if Ecclesia gets countered with that Sam Jing line, we don't have Albaz access. So that means we can't really do that. We have no backup to that. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna have to do is I want an alternate route, an alternate monster I can go into, which it could be the Borlo Furious Dragon, but again, it's the same issue as before, where we want Albaz access typically to gain access to the Borlo Furious Dragon. So, what should this monster be? Also, this is not Kashtira branded. Not anymore, anyways. If we go back to what was talked about in the April video. I wish I could go into Dragoon. I wish this was a thing we could do, guys. Hold on a second. That would be a fun build to do. That would be a fun build. If we could find a way. No. Nah, I'm not down with that. I'm not doing it. Yeah, I'm not doing that. It's probably going to be the Starving Venom or the Virgo Stapelio. Alright, we're going to make this a video. Wait a second, what's this? Dragon Fusion Monster plus 1 level 700 Dragon Monster. Oh, that could be a little rough to consistently make though, right? I think. Because we would have to be on the field. We could make Filia Regis with the opponent's Zaylin. And Branded puts enough, can put big monsters on the board. Big dragons on the board, but that's just, that might not be worth it, actually. Alright, so it looks like it's gonna be, looks like it's gonna be Starving Venom, the original Starving Venom, or the Dragostapelia. Are there any sneaky options I can use? Despia and Proskinion? That would require us to have... We would have to... Wait. We have to use this card as part of the materials. So you're saying to make Proskinion, we would use our Quem, our 4 Heavenly Dragon, and then we only get 1 monster from the opponent's side. Yeah, I guess that's... I don't know, maybe? No, I'd rather have something that doesn't require as many materials. I think we go with the Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, actually. Okay. Let's do it. Let's make it. Let's mess around, I guess. Okay. How many starters is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There we go. All right. Let's make this video. I saw people using Duality to get into Dragoon with Branded, but it can't be search. Duality? Man, people have not been using Duality in a long time. Cyframe Omega? Why are we talking about Cyframe Omega? Why are we talking about Cyframe Lord Omega? I don't understand. I've used Albaz, so never mind. Yeah, we probably want to stick to generic options, not gonna lie. So this is probably what we're gonna do. Alright. It's video time. This is Brandon Despia. Thank you so much for watching the channel and having a conversation with me about Branded. Today, we're going to be playing around with the Starving Venom Fusion Dragon 4 Heavenly Dragons card. This is a very interesting, very powerful fusion monster that gives us an additional method to quick play fusion summon while also giving us the ability to add an additional negate and something we never really had before, which was the ability to manipulate attributes on the field. So this is something that's very intriguing for any Branded player. The question is, do we want to make the room for it? And we're going to find out today how we are going to enjoy playing this card the most. Now, let's look at what this card does. It's a level 8 Dark Dragon monster with 2800 attack, requiring 2 monsters on the field that are dark. So either our monsters can make this with a Cartesia or something like that, or we're going to Super Poly or Albaz into this. And when it's special summons, you can target 1 face-up monster on the field and change its attack to 0, negate its effects, and it becomes dark. So this does a lot of things already on the special summon, by the way. Not just fusion summon. We get this in the graveyard, we can fav this back and turn fav essentially into a negate, you know, with the proper timing. But, so we get a free negate off of a Cartesia fusion, potentially, or a Super Poly, of course. The monster becomes dark as well, which means decks that had a harder time for us to make Dogma Dragon with, or cards like Lubellion the Searing Dragon, are much easier when we access this card. That's good enough already by itself, because Dogma Dragon is one of the best cards we want to bring out during the end game. And a lot of decks don't have answers to that, but if they are a deck full of, let's say, wind monsters, they don't have to worry about Dogma Dragon usually. Not nearly as much. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, any point during as long as they activate an effect, so that means any point during the end phase, whatever, standby phase, main phase, your turn, their turn. You can fusion summon one dark fusion monster from your extra deck using dark monsters on either field, including this card. So this gives us a lot of options here. The question is, what do we want to like commit to in our extra deck? Because we have a lot of spots already occupied. And the two options I immediately jumped at was obviously the Predaplant Dracotail. Very generic, very easy to make, only needs 2 materials, and it offers an additional attempt to negate and level modulate, which can come up against Kultun, right? And then the other one is the original Starving Venom, which is it's weaker than the original one. Maybe it's worth running this as well, because when you fusion summon this card, you can make this card become essentially the strongest monster in the field. You target one monster your opponent controls as level 5 or higher, it gains its attack, it gains its name, and it gains its original effect. So if their opponent's monster has a really good effect, then maybe we just steal it. Steal that effect, essentially. And then if this fusion summon card is destroyed, we can destroy all their special summoned monsters. So along with the Mirrorjade, we present another Raigeki-like effect that we can even trigger ourselves with the Fallen and the Virtuous. So that's also pretty intriguing. Now, his effect only applies on fusion summon and both effects. So recurring it is not really a thing in order to get these effects to pop off, unlike the Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. I mean, I'm sorry, the Predaplant Dracotail. But maybe it's still worth it. So what we're going to do today, we're going to try both of these options in our decks. So we're going to simply run the new Starving Venom, drop our Dragon Devours a Dogma to 1. I'm still going to keep the Albaz, and we're going to swap between Dracotail and this and see what happens. So, wish me luck, and if you do like this content, make sure you subscribe to Branded Despia, man. Like, we really could use your help. Really appreciate the support so far, actually. Since we hit 1,000 subscribers, I've noticed we're steadily getting our numbers even faster. So, and that's with me, having a lot of issues this week trying to play this game because of work and all those things. So, let's change this deck. Just pick this one. That's the one. Okay. Actually, let me double check here. Did this deck have the same things? Oh, this is the Kastira one. Okay. Yeah. Actually, in this build, I'm actually also running Starving Venom, but I'm not running anything additional to that. We might try the Kastira build, too. We might actually try that. All right. Let's just start with basic Branded. See how it goes. Give it a few matches. Give it a few with the other one. See if we like it. And we're live right now on YouTube when this video is being recorded. So if you want to join in for any of these videos, just come through and say hi. And ask questions or just relax. Alright. So, we do have a High Spirits here. High Spirits Bridge. Oh boy. Sure. Okay, he didn't get anything good. Thank God. So this is going to be a Tearlaments plus Engraver. Did you really do that? Yeah, we're done. Yeah, left arm offering, buddy. That was a mistake. Go ahead and scoop for me. I did not think anyone played left arm offering. Yeah, so wow. Well, this is give us a good chance to show our cards, but left arm offering, huh? That doesn't seem good. That's way too risky, huh, guys? Alright, going first this time. Perhaps we will now be able to show off the, the monster. Perhaps we will be able to get out our new 4 Heavenly Kings today. Ah, okay. So we have the Dear Servant and we have, really? No. Guy's trying to ruin my day. They have grass always? Yeah, I think he was trying to go into grass, actually. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and dump the Titaniclad, special summon. Do you have an answer to this? You did not, sir. That is bad news bears for you. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe he has a Nibiru. Who knows? You never know, guys. Synchro Shokan. Alright, bring this out. The perfect play, surrender button. I mean, he kind of had to at that point, right? He had no cards in his hand. Let's go get the Quem here on the board. Alright, so he has not done Ash or anything like that, so I'm going to try to play against the Droll. I mean, not the Droll, the Bell here. And we have not normal summoned yet, so we could normal summon the other Albaz in our hand if we needed to. Alright, Synchro Summon. Alright, we're gonna cheat. He did not Ash the entire time, so I'm gonna play around the Ash. I mean the other card, like I said before, so the Ghost Bell. He has not done it at all, so there's that. Can't wait to get Farah and Master Duel. Maybe it'll be next next pack. What do you guys think? And there is the Droll. Wait, that's... Okay. Okay. Alright. This will change things up a little bit, I think, right? Because... we can't go... We could make the red Albion here, but we won't be able to pop it. That kind of blows. Thank God we didn't do Nadir's Servant so early. So we'll activate this. We can go red Albion into Mirrorjade. We either go into Mirrorjade? Yeah, we still go into Mirrorjade, don't we? Alright. Well. Is there a way we can pop it? Yeah, there is. We can use our Super Poly, but I don't want to do that, actually. Why would we do that? Yeah, I think we just go straight into Mirrorjade, don't we? Interesting that he did that to me. Alright, yeah, having it on the board is not going to help us at all. We're just going to go straight into Mirrorjade. We're just going to go straight into Mirrorjade. Yep. There we go. Alright. Set. And now since we have that... in the graveyard, Nadir Servant. Dump that. Add this back from the graveyard to our hand. Isn't that crazy, guys? I'm just going to normal summon this again. And we'll end our turn. Alright. We can't add to our hand here, but we will. I'm going to go ahead and special summon the Dogmatic Ecclesia for an extra body. Can't activate the effect. We'll add this back to our hand. from the discard. And then we're going to go ahead and dump this. We'll probably go for Super Poly here. I mean, we have Super Poly, so maybe we... Do we go for Fav? Yeah, I think we go for Fav here. We go for Fav. We could send Rimbrum here. And we'll bring this out. Contact Fusion. No, not really. No, there's no other dragons on my board. They're all spellcasters except for this. Oh. That was mean. Okay. You see here. Now to play can activate monster effects in response. Very, very cool. Alright, this is what we're doing. We're gonna Super Poly here. Dump this. And we're gonna go ahead and make Dogma Dragon. So. We're gonna make Dogma Dragon right now. Take you. Actually, we'll leave that on the board. We'll leave that on the board. We'll take you. We'll take you. And probably... If I take you... Yeah. Take these three. Alright. The reason why we do that is because we can potentially... The reason why we do that is we're going to be able to use the Fallen Virtuous to bring back the Quem. I mean, the Ecclesia Synchro. Bring back the Quem, and then the Quem is going to be able to... we can use the Quem to bring back monsters. Especially if I use the Fallen Virtuous or something like that. I don't know. I think that's what we're doing here. Anyways. We'll be able to send... Oh, hold on a second. What we got here? Yeah, we'll bring this back. And we'll bring this back. Bring this back. There we go. When we bring back the Quem, we'll be able to resurrect a monster. What the hell? Alright, so, that's fine. That's fine. That was fine. It's a dark monster too. I would have made, I would have went to OG Albaz, like, straight up. Alright. So, I was a little flustered when I said that, but basically, I put the Quem and the Ecclesia back in the graveyard. I used Dogma Dragon to return the Tri-Brigade Spring-Its kit back to the deck. So that when I brought back the Ecclesia with the Fallen and the Virtuous, then I would use its effect to bring back the Quem. The Quem would dump the Tri-Brigade Spring-Its kit and bring back a monster. So if the Mirrorjade died or something, right, or went back to the graveyard, I could bring it back on the board. So that's why. And I have 3,500 unaffected towers that he has to try to fight through. Let it go, it's fine. It probably was fine too. It potentially could have been fine. If I had a different card, I could have used another alternative would have been I could use the Fallen Virtuous and then chain my Cartesia to make a monster, but you know, was it necessary to do that? That's debatable, right? Back. Yep. Thinking about it now, since I had Albaz on the board, Super Poly, when he put 2 monsters on the board, will also be just as legit. Alright, is it my turn? Yes, it is. Activate this so we don't get drolled. Yeah, we'll send that. Okay, and we obviously get this guy. He counters this. We have golden sword, so we can still play things. Let's see here. We have this in our hand, so we're not gonna get Dogmatic Ecclesia through the effect of Titanic Clad. Right, nothing here. Activate. Nothing. Oh, wow. Okay. Activate the effect. Very curious why he has not done anything here. Maybe he'll do something here now. No? Interesting. Alright, we'll dump this. Activate the effect. We have a tuner in our hand, so we'll just bring out the this bad boy, normal summon. There we go. Quem. Alright, he has not ashed anything. We'll do Chain Link 1. Bring this back. And then Chain Link 2. If he had ash, he would have been used it, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know. We'll add the Cartesia to our hand. And we'll bring back this. We don't have another Albaz. Okay, special summon. Now, we sent Red Albion here, so we can go directly into Mirrorjade. Or... Yeah, okay. So, when we do send another fusion monster to the graveyard, most likely the Titaniclat, we'll add the Albaz to our hand. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and go directly into Mirrorjade here. Actually, we don't even need that dude because we're going directly into Mirrorjade. Because we have the Red Albion already there. Okay, activate. Alright, activate this. Grab Fallen Verses. We don't even need to do all that stuff. We can just grab it and set it. Alright. And keep that in our hands. So you have the discard for OG Albaz, maybe Lubellion. Maybe that's the thing that happens. Alright. Only one fusion. Well, we have 2 infusion monsters in the graveyard, so. But we have a fab to put another fusion monster. We have another. We have Mirrorjade to send a fusion monster in the graveyard, so we should be fine. Alright, here we go. About as good as it's gonna get. Okay. What's he gonna send to the graveyard here? Brother. Send 2 monsters to the graveyard. See, he had put 3 monsters in the... 4 monsters in the graveyard. Okay. That's cute. we're negating the fuck out of that. So that's going to let him get OG Albaz. Alright, so we're going to want to use that Titaniclad to stop that. So we only hold Fallen for... he's not going to be able to do a... he's not going to be able to... Yeah, that's fine. He's probably going to have to go into Equation the Dark Dragon, right? Oh, he sent this to the graveyard. So let's see if we can, like, not trigger that. If he goes into the Synchro Summon, then and I pop the Synchro Monster, then he'll be able to bounce my other card. So, alright, let's do this now. I'll put this in the graveyard. And we're gonna pop. We'll pop this. Yeah. Why did I do that? Anyone want to explain why I did that? Because I can't explain why I did that. That made no sense. Anyways. Force him into OG Albaz. Yeah, that was a mistake. I don't know what I was thinking there. Anyways, let's go ahead and do this now. Because now I feel like I have to. Shit. That was a mistake. I thought I had OG Albaz for some reason. Yeah, that's bad. Alright. See who's on the board. He'll be able to make I fucked up here. Yeah, that was dumb. Yeah, this was bad. I messed up. What was I doing there? I should have got the I should have killed the OG Albaz. Yeah, look at this shit. I fucked myself over. Content? Guys, we're fine. Horizontal Kit Kat eating play. Dang! Yeah, so I should have popped the OG Albaz. I should have popped the I mean, not the OG Albaz, his this other thing. Yeah, that's not gonna do anything stopping that. All right, well. Now thinking about what he did just now. I think he's trying to bait the Retribution so he can go into OG Albaz during the end phase, right? That's pretty much what he's trying to do. Yep. Alright. This deck plays through horizontal. I don't know how we're going to make that a thing, Sai. Horizontal Kit Kat plays. Yeah, we got to let him go into this because unfortunately, we're just holding this for Albaz. We're just holding this for Albaz. Yep. You'd be able to hit 2 monsters. I don't know why you do that. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Oh, why would you do that? Yeah, I know. Does he have Rimbrum in the graveyard? Let's negate it. No, he's gonna get a Fab out. Or Retribution. Really? Really? Rinbrim, huh? Okay. Okay. Adds to his hand for a discard. We've basically won here. He has branded opening. We might as well just pop it. It's fine. Yep, there we go. We gotta get rid of that Grand Guignol. Yep. Okay. And we can use this to special summon what? Might as well. Clasion the Dark Dragon. Not yet. Not yet. Wasn't that nice? I don't even have to use my other cards in my hand, bro. That sucks. Okay. I don't have enough dark monsters in order to make this work. And Brown's Spell Trap. That's fine, I guess. What would I fuse into? Alright, let's do this. And activate this. Get rid of this. Yep. I don't know why I did that with the other guy, but I did it. I don't know why I did that. Don't know why I did that with the 3 champions. Oh, Lubellion, huh? Okay. Oh, that Dracotail came in handy just now. What I think about the new Predaplant? I haven't had a chance to play it yet. Alright, cool. There we go, game over. I fumbled the bag a lot, and I still won the game, bro. Oh my god. I don't know why I thought... the 3 champions wasn't going to get turned to 0, but I forgot all about that. Horizontal Kit Kat plays is a term now. You trying to summon your new fusion? I will when the opportunity presents itself, but I kind of did not get the chance to this time. All right, that was a lot of me trying to fix mistakes I made earlier in the duel. Guys, that was he used 4 cards. He used 4 cards to droplet me, by the way. Oh, this is a hand I understand for going first, but okay, I guess we'll take those. How did he know? How did he know that I play branded? There's no way he should have known. I didn't even give it away. All right, we're about to rank up again. Okay, going second. Sure, why not? What we got? Ash Blossom, and that's it. Okay, so what the heck am I going to be able to use this on? Alright, so this is Cool Tune, so we're saving it. We're saving it for Cool Tune Synchro on my turn. Especially since we have a Super Poly. Yo, free rank? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I know what you mean. I'm just playing with you. Okay. Track maker. I would love to. This card is sent to the graveyard synchro material. Return one card your opponent controls to the hand. I would love to like not let him be able to do that. Yep, cool tune synchro. Now, I'm actually kind of thinking maybe I'll use Ash Blossom on this cool tune synchro coming up. I might do that since I have Super Poly. Do you use Idle Lock? Why? Why would we do that? Yeah, Idle Lock is very fragile right now in this current format. There's no reason to do it. Ever since the Fallen Virtues came out, I kind of like stopped that. If we had Drill, this would have really hurt him the way he did that line, to be honest. Did he start with, yeah, add to your hand or special something? Did he add it to his hand? I think he didn't. So maybe it wasn't that bad. Okay, so he wants to Ash Blossom me back. Which is irrelevant because I have a follow-up here. I do have a follow-up with the Cartesia. Not that he knows that. Oh, he's gonna banish my Albaz, bro. Doesn't matter. We make Dogma, we put it back. Which, to be honest, seems like a really good play. We just set immediately Poly. Yeah. Alright, here we go. I think we just set and immediately Super Poly, right? I think so. We'll activate this. Get in the graveyard. We can get Quem here. We'll just do this just to be safe. Probably gonna respond to that. Place one card from your opponent's graveyard on the bottom of your deck. Yep, so he's gonna put that back in my deck. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna dump this. to make sure it's the towers. All right. Okay. And I feel like I'm gonna put this back. Because he'll probably try to put it back in his hand. Let me activate this. Get this on the board. So right now we're at 3,000. 65. We're at 65. Okay. I think I'm gonna dump this. Okay. Does he have Ash? This doesn't really do enough, I guess. We'll just... This doesn't really kill. We could bring... we'll just do this. Yeah, we'll just bring it this. Okay, he has something here. Any answer? Okay, Fav. Okay. That's fine. Alright. Alright. We'll just swing with this. Okay. So I could put this back, but I do want to set some. I do want to set Fallen to Virtuous, so we're just gonna go to end phase here. All right. Let's set that. Probably should have did the other. Probably should have did High Spirits first, though. Yep, we'll do. Set this. Okay. Then we're going to put this in my hand. Put it back. Set this back. Yep. Grab you. Then add this back. We should have the other Ecclesia in the graveyard. Yes. Okay. All right, what you got? No. So we could use Fav to bring back the Ecclesia, the Dark Dragon, and bring back the Mercurier again. And probably just play off of that. Wait, what is he going to do with that? He can't... We'll hold. So right now we just only have Ash Blossom. OG Albaz is available in the deck. So we could fav and bring out, send the Renbrum, which is probably what we should do. I don't know what he's thinking about. Oh, he's probably baiting my Ash Blossom, right? Because he should know I have it in my hand by now. Sure. We'll do that. And we don't have Quem access. So this could be really bad for him. Yeah, he's trying to go into Ecclesia again, right? Yeah, he's trying to go into Ecclesia again. Branded, huh? Alright. Dump this. Yep. Special summon. From the deck. OG Albaz. Do you have an answer, sir? No, you don't. So that's like a branded Cool Tune package, man. That looked pretty cool. Not gonna lie, that looked pretty neat. That looked pretty cool, man. Notice how we didn't use the effect of the white dragon from his hand though. That was pretty slick. So he can still do all his cool tune stuff. Nice. I like that game. Keep that. Okay, let's do one more. Actually, we'll do one more, and then we're gonna swap. I mean, honestly, we haven't even brought out the other card. We haven't even brought it out, bro. I was about to try to bring it out right now, but at that point, it wouldn't even matter. You know, we could have brought out anything. We could have brought out your grandma. We still would have won the game with the Albaz effect. Do you think Fall of the White Dragon will get cheaper? Probably not. It's too stupid, man. Card is too dumb. Should have got it out when it first was available. Wow, really? He starts off with that? Okay, he might not be your generic branded deck then. Or his hand is that ass. Either way, I mean, I just feel like we have to like do this, right? We just drill him. I'm sorry. Alright, cool. Yeah, we're just winning games without even bringing it out. Which I guess is also a valid topic, right? The question has always been, is it win more? You know what I mean? To run it? Is it win more? Branded is so good. Maybe it doesn't need it, right? I want to hold judgment on that because it's a really good card. But I have not won with it at all this entire time. I'll point that out. Place. It's not elf note, huh? Special summon from the deck. We probably Ash this, right? That sounds like a good Ash Blossom target to me. You think Branded's still a top deck? Yeah, it's still a top deck. It definitely is one of the top 2 decks you want to it's the one of the top 2 decks you want to consider dealing with when you're building your deck. And then he just goes into Cool Tune off of this. That's crazy, bro. Dogmatica when Branded and Harmonious around. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what it was. Anyway, we're in trouble because this is happening. Look at your opponent's hand. Yep, yep. We do have the Fav here. We do have High Spirit, so we can still do things. We want to High Spirits and try to get into our resource loop. This is not fun to be here, though. This isn't fun. He'll probably not end on Zaylin, though. Right? I don't think he'll end on a Zaylin. I guess it did what it was supposed to do. Then again, if I let him do all that Elf Note stuff, it'd probably have a crazy board anyway, right? This is a 44-45 card deck. Oh yeah, he can put the monster in the center, right? It can't be destroyed by card effects? That's crazy. Oh my gosh, he can do that too. The Retribution, if I can get in the graveyard, might come in handy against the Zaylin. Having another chainable effect. The question is, how do I get it in the graveyard? Remix. Don't get rid of my bird. Don't do it. Don't get rid of my bird, please. It's harmless. Does he know? Do you guys think he knows about Cockatoриum? I hope not. Yay, he didn't get rid of it. He left it on the top of the deck, guys. He left it on the top of the deck. Okay. We're cooking. All right. Does he have an Ash Blossom? That's what I want to know. If so, we want to get rid of it now. He's thinking. Big think. Alright, well, that's happening. So, I should be able to special summon White Albaz. He negates it with the Ash Blossom. I normal summon Cockatoриum. And then, we can still play the game. RS, huh? In the center, you son of a gun, you. All right, we'll send this. All right. Let's see how we can bait him. What a loser. All right, whatever. Okay. So that'll be a 7 for the Zalen here. Okay. That's fine. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Ash it. Okay, we got him to use it. We got him to use it, guys. We got him to use it. Okay. I think we're gonna have to try to beat him through the Max C here. Got him to use the Ash Blossom. Okay. That's fine. All right. We'll swing here. Okay. All right, so what do we got in the graveyard here? We use High Spirits. We have OG Albaz. We have access to Rimbram the Striking Dragon. We're probably going to want to discard a card for that. We just end our turn here. We went through a lot of stuff there. We went through a lot of interruption. One turn on level 6 or lower. During your opponent's turn. So I gotta wait for that to leave the board, bro. Oh, wait. It's off the board.
Darn it. It's not the right things. Is he gonna make a Baron to floor, guys? Ah, oh, fudge. Alright, whatever. Alright. Looking at what we have here. We still do have the Ecclesian, the Dark Dragon. We still have Ecclesia Bounce. We could still try to get the Albaz out. The problem is if we go for the Albaz here, I mean, he will 100% negate it, I think, right? Let's see what he tries to do. I would like to get the Retribution in the graveyard. You might lose here, though. Okay, he already used it. So what are we trying to do? What are we trying to accomplish here? Yep. Man. 100% is going to negate. I would like to at least be able... Even if he waits for the Albaz and negates it, that's better, technically. Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah. Please tell me you're done. He's not done. I think we just lose here. I'm trying to think, like... No, it wouldn't... Yeah, we're done here. Nothing we can do here. Like... It wasn't... None of them was the right attribute. Yeah, I think I used... Actually, no. Let me think here. Maybe I should have just... I don't know. That was kind of rough, that hand, anyways. Alright. Well, we did the best we could on that one. 2 Drolls and a full loss. Should we just do it? No, we probably shouldn't do it. Did you just not do anything? Okay. How much you want to bet this dude has, like, all the maxis? Alright, we'll do the synchro combo, I guess. No! That was the wrong card. You're supposed to use Ash Blossom. You're supposed to use Ash Blossom. Now you gotta use 2 hand traps. Missed it. All right, let's get the high spirits. All right. Send this. Do you have it? He has another one. I have 3 fusions in the graveyard, so does this kind of... Stop! It's just 2 imperms. Oh, man. Oh, no. He stopped me, guys. I guess we just beat him up. Beat him up. Alright. We can't summon anything else. Alright. Well, I guess we'll activate this. He had nothing but hand traps in his hand or something? Like, what the frick? Harmonica. You'll have to hit the Quem first. Okay. So, I send this to the graveyard, and I get it back. Stupid. Alright, so we get Fav here, add to our hands. We pop it. Pop the monster on the board. No, we want Albaz in the graveyard. So we're going to add this to our hand. No! I made a mistake! I was supposed to set it. I forgot I used it. I forgot I used it, guys. I forgot I used it. Now we're out of here. Probably still could have won. Or I survived because I had the drolls, but... Why did I do that? Why? Oh my gosh, dude. Falling asleep, man. The Fated Synchro Slop, there's always someone playing it. The Fated Synchro Slop. I mean, if my hand was relatively decent, we would have crushed him anyway. Like, we played another one earlier, remember? And they still lost. I forgot I had the I used FAP earlier, man. Big Sag. Activate. You have to use Ash Blossom here, or I'm going to punish you. He doesn't. Good boy. Alright, let's go ahead and get this out. Okay. I'll just play this now. So, dump that, dump that, dump that. This is full loss, right? So, we'll grab this. We ever use our normal summon. If we use the Nadir Servant, we're not going to be able to special summon the... Alright. Probably going to want to dump you. For sure. Nope. Your servant. We'll dump this. And A monster special summon from the extract is not there, but we already have the Fav, so we're good. All right, let's go ahead and set one card face down. We give him one draw. Get the Quem here. We can special summon Ecclesia on the board. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, we just go to end phase. He gets one draw. I'm gonna send. Let's see here. If we dump this, we get Cartesia on the board. We dump this. Yeah, we dump this. Then we go Fallen the Virtuous. Dump you. Pop the Albaz. Quem special summons. Get the Cartesia on the board. And then this goes in our hand for another discard. And we set a Fav. We actually could set... We don't have to set Fav. We can just set this, actually. Retribution. Ancient Gear Fortress. During the turn they are normal or special summon, you cannot target with monster effects. Cannot be destroyed. Oh, I hate this card a lot. We should have gotten the Fallen and Virtuous. Wait. Had an Ancient Gear spell. Oh my god, okay. Think Fair will be a stable and branded? Probably. Ah, shit. Alright, hold on a second. Let me see something here. Is that monster unaffected by stuff? Because I'm assuming he wants to bring out the big boy here. Unaffected by spell trap effects. Your opponent can activate monster. Unaffected by spell trap effects? Crikey. Does that mean he's unaffected by super poly? It does mean that, doesn't it? I'm probably going to have to negate that card, man. Probably going to have to negate that. I'm going to have to hold this retribution for that fusion spell. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, no. I can't activate card. Oh, no. Oh. That's not good. About Albaz? Yeah, we doing that. We doing that. Place. Unaffected by your opponent's monster effects? Oh my god, bro. Stop. Alright. Okay. Okay. Unaffected by your opponent's monster effects. Why are you like this? I have to get rid of that card. I have to get rid of that card. God, it's unaffected. Why'd I do that shit? Okay. I'm fucking dead, dude. Oh my god. I don't know what I did wrong, guys. I don't know what I did on that one. I needed to get him out. I needed to get the Borlo Furious Dragon out. Why couldn't I? And then I needed to... Let me think here. Stupid, stupid, stupid. That was dumb. What I needed to do there, guys? I probably needed to make Borlo Furious Dragon a long time ago. Wrong order. I think I needed to... Once you start putting that stuff on the board, I should have been made Borlo Furious Dragon first. Popped his continuous spell. Then Albaz, then I could do Albaz stuff, I think is what I needed to do. Also, he basically won that because of Max C, right? Because I think I had to put like a weak board on the well, it wasn't a bad board, but I definitely couldn't do like a crazy board, like a normal board because he played Max C, right? Also, I didn't know he was playing that kind of deck. Fallen Virtuous probably would have been better there, right? Because I couldn't even use my counter trap against his fusion spell card. So if I had put Fav on the board, then I could have popped his. Then that would have probably changed a lot of things in that game. So, in that sense, there's no reason to be mad about that because, like, how were you supposed to know that he was playing Ancient Gear, right? You know what I mean? There's no way for you to know that. You're not expecting Ancient Gear. So. Yeah, well, yeah, like I said, if I had made Fav and then borrowed the second card, then we would have been fine. But how am I supposed to know he was playing that? You know what I mean? There's no way to know that. There's literally no way for you to know that, so. Plus he max-C'd me. So if I had done that part right, not max-C'd me, he full lost me. With that being said, if I did that right, if I just changed that slightly, I would have probably won the game anyway. Add one monster from the deck to your hand. Okay, so this is Fairy Tale Magistus. Oh. I think he's going to, they're both, I'm just going to do this now. Surely he wants to use his extra deck, right, guys? Stop. Alright, well, let me see what he does here. Because depending on what he does here, maybe that'll tell me I should use Full Loss during my turn instead. Wicked. Wait. Each fairy tale monster you control whose original attribute is light is unaffected by your opponent's activated effects. Yeah. Yeah, I think what that kind of shows in many situations is that even when you do feel like you want to bring out that counter trap, right? Like, it shows you, like, the vast majority of times you still bring out the Fallen Virtuous because of random situations like that. Like, even if they special summon, you know, that's how versatile the Fallen Virtuous is over the counter trap. You typically want to get the counter trap only when you have access to the Fallen Virtuous on other means, by other means anyways. So, even though I sequenced most of what I did correctly, that one little change basically lost me the duel, right? Choosing the trap over the spell. Fairy Tales, man. Well, we have 3 starters. We have 3 pushes. Let's see what we can do here. Varanth Ragna. Oh, God. So he's a monster negate now. And destroy. Very, very cute. They're all spellcasters as well. Okay. Probably want to use this first. Right? Because then if he does droll afterwards, I can chain high spirits. The card I would probably want to send is Fusion. No. Branded Opening. Looks like he has destruction effects, but he also has the Fairy Tale Snow, and right? Does he not have Fairy Tale Snow? I thought he did. Okay, he does not have snow. Okay, so hand traps, monster negate. If a spellcaster, you can target one effect monster upon control negates effects, and it becomes Prince of Fairies. Okay, so he has 2 negates on the board. And what happens if it's a Prince of Fairies on the board? Does something stupid happen? I don't know. We'll find out. Wait. What just happened? Okay, I'm about to say, like, what was happening, man? Hey. He will definitely want to negate this. Turn it to a Prince of Fairies. Let's do it. Okay, so he's going to negate it. It's fine. Okay. So he still has stuff in his hand he can use. I think he has Ash Blossom, guys. Yeah, we'll do that. I think we just... No, I've used all 3 of my Albazes if I do that. That's unfortunate. Alright, we'll do this. Okay, we'll 100% negate this. Okay. I'm gonna return my Albaz. Because I believe it does. I think he needed Prince of Fairies to be on the board. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I think he wants Prince of Fairies to be on the board for sure. What is he taking him so long? All right, there we go. So we're gonna go into. Yeah, I think we go into Albion. We will go into. Where is it at? There you go. We activated the effect already, so there's no point doing that. We could send this to the graveyard, I guess. I guess we can do that, yeah. Special summon up to 1 light fairy monster from each from your hand, graveyard, or banishment. Okay. So whatever I bring out, he's going to attempt to... Okay, I guess we just do that then. Okay. You can target one face-up monster opponent controls. Your opponent can send 1 card with that monster's name from their deck or to the graveyard to negate its effect otherwise. Oh, I see. So, if I bring out Mirrorjade, he's gonna... Well, it doesn't matter what I bring out, actually. Alright, anyways. Bring this back. Light. Alright, let's go to the battle. And that monster to the hand. Swing at that one. I need to get the Cartesia in my hand. Okay. All right. I think we end our turn here. Okay, end phase. Add this to my hand. Okay. We get the Albaz. Okay. Discard this. We make Mirrorjade here. Get the Fallen and Virtuous. I don't know why I did that. I meant to put Red Albion. Anyways. That was supposed to be Red Albion. That was supposed to be Red Albion. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yay! You put another one on the board. That's so nice. Oh, man. So he has to do it all over again. I do have this to protect my life points. We did clear his board. And by the looks of it... Yeah, it's fine. He does have this in the graveyard. I'm gonna do this now. Just to protect my life points. And I want to get the Ecclesia in rotation. I want to get the Sword Soul in rotation. Because he could banish cards, and that'll allow me to trigger effects. Oh my god, I was so late on that shoot. Oh wait, he targeted it first. Okay, so I'm chain link too. That's fine. He wasted it. Gonna get another one, dude. Man. He's probably gonna bounce my Mirrorjade again. The problem is if he kills my Albion the Branded Dragon, I get good stuff, basically. I do have an Albaz in the deck, so I could go for Brafu. And there it is. I figured he would do that. I really thought he would do that for sure. So this is why I got out the this guy. We're gonna get the Cartesia now. Yep. There we go. Oh no! He's trying to hit me directly. Wait, I won? He time limit win. Okay. Wow, that was close. Only lesson from that match being able to drop a board. Yeah. Wait, could a Chaos have outed that and popped both back row and super poly? Yeah, it could have. It would have, yeah. You talking about that ancient gear duel, right? Alright, well, that was... I finally got it out, but we never got a chance to really, like, abuse it. But you saw, like... I kind of won that duel at the very end because I got him the timeout, having to readjust his life point situation. I negated the guy that, likes, I negated the guy that likes, negating things, I think it was, right? Let me go back to the match history real quick. That was an interesting duel, though, I will say. Was it this one? Yeah, the Luna. Once per turn, quick effect, target one face-up monster your opponent controls. Your opponent can send one card with that monster's name from their negated. Otherwise, yeah. So I got rid of that. You know, I took 28, and then a couple of 1850s I would have taken. I would have survived that, actually. So, and I had a feeling that he wanted one of my monsters to become like Prince of Fairies for some reason. Is there a reason for that? Is there a reason why he wants one of my monsters to become Prince of Fairies, guys? Because I don't know. I had a really strange feeling he had some weird is this it? Let me see. Yeah. Well, there it is. This monster right here. All Prince of Fairies on the field become spellcaster monsters. During your main phase, you can... Wait, what the heck? So why is that a thing? Oh, you can use... Oh, okay. So he turns one of the monsters to Prince of Fairies. And then... How does he fuse it away? That's how he does it. Tales of Fairy Tales. Once per turn during your main phase, you can... That's what that was for. Okay. So he uses this equip spell to steal my monster and make this and then blow the whole board up. That's cute. I knew it. I knew there was something going on with that. I couldn't read it. I didn't even read it, bro. I knew something was fishy. All right. Thank you guys for watching. That was pretty good. Pretty silly, an hour and change, but it is what it is. We barely got to really use the Starving Venom. We had a few opportunities to use it, but as you can see, like, you know, based on the small sample size, very small sample size, so don't get it twisted yet. We're going to keep on trying it. Based on the small sample size, we never really got to abuse this too much. But this may have also saved our life in that last duel, because he was going to attack directly with everything. So there's also that. And then I could have made like Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. You know, if he activated a card or effect, and then I would have negated something else. So maybe that would have been very viable. If the game continued, that probably would have actually, he probably would have put his footprint on the game. Anyway, this was the deck list we used today. Again, branded best deck. I don't know what to tell you, man. I did not miss any of those other super poly targets at all. So please stop running those cards. But other than that, have a great day, guys. I enjoyed it. We're going to do more of these later. Until the next time, where we have another conversation about branded. Alright, guys. It is 12:30. I'm starting to get a headache, and I need to make sure I get other things done. So, I will see you all very soon. Take care of yourself. I'll make sure to upload these for later. And, by the way, I do want to remind you guys of one other thing. Before I forget. Let me go to my channel. So, if you go to my channel on YouTube, let's see if I can pull it up. We had just started posting chapters for my, I guess, branded Despia audio play series. Branded Despia for Dummies. I would really appreciate it if you gave the first 4 chapters a listen. It's designed to be kind of like an audiobook. You guys have talked to me about how you guys think what you guys think my voice sound like. Like it sounds like a really good voice for, like, I don't know, voiceover and stuff. So check it out and listen to it. I will be working on the next few chapters next week. And I want to, like, steadily post one of them every single day once I get enough chapters ahead of me. So if you could support that, that would be awesome. All right. Take care of yourself. Have a great night. Stay safe. Stay cool. It's very hot out there. And until the next time, where we have another conversation about Branded. See ya.